to attack Aina again. Adigra, Penny cross, it's a great ball, it's a goal! Who got the touch? Was it Hala or was it Trusteko?
Well, we have to wait and see.
There they are, the champions of Africa. Côte d'Ivoire on home soil lift the African Cup of Nations.
Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bienvenue à Abidjan. Aquaba, quel plaisir de vous retrouver encore une fois à Abidjan. Mimi, Aquaba.
Aquaba, it's a pleasure to be here again in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, your beautiful country.
Bienvenue au symposium des techniciens de la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations 2023. Quel plaisir d'être avec vous, quel plaisir d'avoir devant moi, devant nous, la crème de la crème des techniciens sur le continent africain pour célébrer le plus beau sport au monde, le football.
Absolutely. Thank you for all being here for the 2 days CAF post-AFCON Coaches Symposium. I see so many members from the African member associations. I see, of course, African football legends. Welcome. CAF dignitaries, government dignitaries, thank you all for coming here. It was a magical, memorable Africa Cup of Nations, the most successful in history so far. Now, let's break it down. 1.4 billion people worldwide watch the Africa Cup of Nations in Côte d'Ivoire on TV. Incredible, incredible numbers. And let's not forget, we live in a digital age. 2.2 billion people across the CAF platforms had their eyes all on this country, Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci Mimi, des chiffres colossaux qui illustrent. Merci encore une fois de l'acclamer, des chiffres colossaux qui illustrent le succès monumental de cette Coupe d'Afrique des Nations 2023. Permettez-moi une petite précision avant de suivre le déroulé de cette cérémonie. Pour les moniteurs de traduction, c'est simple. Première chaîne, le français. Deuxième chaîne, l'anglais. La troisième chaîne, l'arabe. La troisième chaîne, le portugais. French, English, Arabic and Portuguese. Avant donc de pouvoir suivre le déroulé normal de cette cérémonie. Mimi, tu sais que cette compétition, elle a été difficile pour le pays organisateur et vainqueur, la Côte d'Ivoire. On a coutume de dire ici que c'était une mission commando. Et tu le sais peut-être, le premier capitaine des éléphants de Côte d'Ivoire, c'est le chef de l'État, le président de la République, son Excellence Alassane Ouattara. Mais il y a un patron aussi dans ce commando, il y a un général. C'est tout simplement le premier vice-président du comité d'organisation de la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations et président de la Fédération ivoirienne de football, monsieur Yacine Idriss Diallo, s'il vous plaît.
Docteur Patrice Motsepe, président de la Confédération africaine de football, Monsieur Adjemech Silas, ministre délégué auprès du Premier ministre chargé des sports et du cadre de vie, Monsieur Véron Mosengo Omba, secrétaire général de la Confédération africaine de football, Monsieur Kurt Okrakou, président de la Fédération ghanéenne de football et président de la zone UFOA-B, Excellence Monsieur l'ambassadeur Jacques Anouma, président d'honneur de la Fédération ivoirienne de football et conseiller du président de la CAF, Mesdames, Messieurs, vous tous, en vos rangs, grades et qualités. Je prends la parole au nom de la Fédération ivoirienne de football pour vous souhaiter la bienvenue en Côte d'Ivoire. Pour vous souhaiter la bienvenue en Côte d'Ivoire et particulièrement à Abidjan, à l'occasion de la première conférence des coachs organisée à la suite de la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations qui s'est déroulée en Côte d'Ivoire en janvier et février dernier. C'est un moment important parce que c'est un moment qui nous rappelle que l'aventure a commencé pour la Côte d'Ivoire en 2014, lorsque nous avons obtenu l'organisation de cette CAN. Elle s'est confirmée en novembre 2022, lorsque nous avons signé le Host Agreement, ici, à l'Hôtel Ivoire, à la patinoire. Et puis nous avons organisé l'Assemblée générale de la CAF, ici, au mois de juillet 2023. Nous avons enfin organisé le tirage au sort, encore ici, à la salle à côté de l'aéroport, au palais d'exposition, en octobre 2023, pour aboutir à l'organisation de la CAN. Alors, cette conférence, je pense, marque la fin du cycle des activités dans notre pays. La Fédération ivoirienne de football a été honorée de participer à cet événement exceptionnel que tout le monde a qualifié d'unique et que Monsieur le Président de la CAF, le Dr Patrice Motsepe, a qualifié de meilleure CAN, meilleure Coupe d'Afrique jamais organisée. Notre pays a été honoré de la confiance qui lui a été faite. Le comité d'organisation de cette CAN, présidé par le ministre François-Albert Amichia et dont j'étais le vice-président, en accord avec toutes les équipes de la CAF, ont travaillé d'arrache-pied pour permettre de vous offrir le spectacle que vous avez vécu en janvier et février, et puis de vivre des moments uniques, des moments de partage, des moments d'amour, des moments d'émotion. Mais une fois que l'émotion est passée, il faut que les techniciens, les spécialistes, ceux qui travaillent au quotidien sur la formation, l'encadrement, le suivi, la stratégie, et ceux qui permettent aux joueurs de s'exprimer sur le terrain à travers ce qu'ils produisent, réfléchissent et tirent les enseignements. Nous sommes donc honorés de vous recevoir ici. Nous sommes heureux de vous recevoir en Côte d'Ivoire et nous vous disons que notre pays, dont le chef de l'État, le président Alassane Ouattara, est le chef incontesté et le leader visionnaire qui a décidé d'organiser la CAN dans ce pays, qui a mis les moyens à notre disposition en construisant des infrastructures d'un niveau exceptionnel. Le président Ouattara, dis-je, avec son gouvernement, dirigé par le Premier ministre Robert Begré-Mambé, disons que la Côte d'Ivoire est une terre d'accueil. Les infrastructures sont là, elles sont disponibles. Les compétences sont là, elles sont disponibles. Donc, tous les pays d'Afrique sont les bienvenus pour toutes les manifestations sportives et de football dans notre pays. On mettra tout en œuvre pour vous offrir les meilleures conditions possibles et nous vous accompagnerons de notre mieux. Ce qui est certain, c'est que à quoi bas, comme on dit les organisateurs, et sachez que ce pays est le vôtre, cette terre est la vôtre, et nous serons toujours à votre disposition pour vous permettre de vivre des moments inoubliables dans notre pays. Je vous
Monsieur le ministre Amadou Koné, Dr Patrice Motsepe, président de la CAF, et Madame, M. V.A.R secrétaire général de la CAF, M. Yassine Idriss Diallo, mon cher frère, président de la Fédération ivoirienne de football, M. Kurt Okaku, président de l'UFOA-B, Excellence M. Jacques Anouma, conseiller spécial du président de la CAF, Monsieur le président des clubs africains de football, distingués éminences grises du football africain et mondial, c'est pour moi un ainsi honneur de souhaiter à toutes et à tous la bienvenue à ce symposium organisé par la Confédération africaine de football ici à Abidjan. En cette circonstance solennelle, qu'il me soit permis d'exprimer ma profonde gratitude au président de la République, son Excellence, M. Alassane Ouattara, qui a bien voulu accepter d'accueillir la présente cérémonie ici en Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire, terre d'hospitalité, terre d'accueil, terre de football, terre de la plus belle CAN jamais organisée selon les experts, mais terre de la grande victoire des éléphants à la CAN 2023 et très certainement terre des lendemains meilleurs pour le football continental et mondial. C'est le lieu pour moi à ce stade de mon intervention de rendre un vibrant hommage au plus grand champion de l'excellence et de la performance, son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire. Son leadership éclairé, sa vision holistique et méthodique d'une Côte d'Ivoire rassemblée, disciplinée et au travail. Sa gouvernance charismatique nous va le dégrainer jour après jour avec fierté le chapelet d'estime des autres nations. Il est donc incontestable que les États ne valent que par la qualité des hommes qui les dirigent. Il en est de même pour les institutions comme la CAF. Bravo, docteur Motsepe, bravo, bravo. Je voudrais également remercier M. le vice-président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, M. Tiemoko Meïle Kone, ainsi que M. le Premier ministre, chef du gouvernement, ministre des Sports et du cadre de vie, M. Robert Begermambe. Mes remerciements pour l'honneur qu'ils nous font d'abriter ce symposium de haut niveau. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais vous exprimer la satisfaction de la Côte d'Ivoire d'accueillir cet événement qui prône l'excellence du football africain à travers toutes les éminences grises présentes dans cette salle. Je tiens à saluer les plus hautes autorités du football mondial. Je voudrais citer M. Gianni Infantino, même s'il n'est pas présent aujourd'hui dans la salle, président de la Fédération internationale de football association, et lui rendre hommage pour son engagement vigoureux en faveur du développement du football dans le monde entier, particulièrement sur le continent africain. Je voudrais également remercier le président de la Confédération africaine de football, Dr Patrice Motsepe, pour son leadership et ses actions pour le rayonnement du football africain. Dr Patrice Motsepe, vous êtes un entrepreneur visionnaire et philanthrope. Nous ne le soulignerons jamais assez. Et chaque fois que l'occasion nous sera donnée. En effet, avocat et homme d'affaires, vous êtes fondateur et président du groupe minier African Rainbow Minerals. Votre engagement a transformé le football africain par des initiatives novatrices et un leadership inspirant vous ont valu d'être président du club sud-africain Mamelodi Sundowns, vice-président de la FIFA, puis président de la CAF depuis le 12 mars 2021. Vos efforts inlassables et remarquables, avec des collaborateurs rigoureux et efficaces, comme le secrétaire général Véron Monsengo Omba, vos efforts soutenus, dis-je, pour promouvoir le football sur le continent africain et faire briller notre pays sur la scène internationale sont des exemples à suivre. Monsieur le Président de la CAF, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de la CAF, merci pour votre engagement. Je salue la présence parmi nous du Président de la Fédération ivoirienne de football, Monsieur Yassine Idriss Dalo, des membres du comité exécutif de la FIFA et tous ces acteurs du football ivoirien qui œuvrent chaque jour à une meilleure édification de la pratique de ce sport dans notre pays. Je me réjouis de la présence des gloires du football africain. Je voudrais citer le Nigérian JJ Okocha, le Sénégalais El Hadj Diouf, le Camerounais Joseph-Antoine Bell, les Ivoiriens Gadji Célestin, Joseph et Alain Guaméné, et la liste n'est pas exhaustive. Ainsi que M. Doué Noumandiez, notre compatriote responsable des arbitres à la CAF, qui participe en tant que panéliste à ce rendez-vous de haut niveau. Je vous remercie déjà pour votre implication dans les travaux de ce symposium. Nous sommes également honorés de la présence de tous ces présidents de fédérations nationales de football, de la participation des ambassadeurs de la CAF, des légendes du football africain, de tous les membres de la Confédération africaine de football, les sponsors, les partenaires ainsi que les journalistes sportifs africains qui sont à la tâche tous les jours, en tout lieu et tout le temps pour le développement du football sur le continent. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, vous l'aurez remarqué, les participants à ce symposium proviennent d'horizons géographiques divers. Vous êtes nombreux à avoir répondu à l'invitation de la Confédération africaine de football et de la Côte d'Ivoire. Vous êtes 42 fédérations africaines, des experts internationaux, y compris des représentants de la FIFA et de l'Union européenne de football association et toutes ces compétences qui participent à ces assises. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, je voudrais vous inviter à continuer d'œuvrer au rayonnement du football africain. De premier plan à être une rampe de lancement du football africain qui s'impose de plus en plus au monde comme le continent le plus compétent en la matière. Félicitations à tous les panélistes. Vive le football africain. Vive le sport, vecteur et creuset d'unité nationale. Vive le sport, véritable instrument d'influence des États. Vive la Côte d'Ivoire, excellente dans le Conseil des Nations. Bons travaux, j'ai fini de dire.
Thank you very
Few brief remarks. I hope the translation is working. We never had any doubt that over many, many years, this continent has produced some of the best players, not just in Africa, but many of them have been recognized and praised and appreciated worldwide. But we always knew that we have to win on the field of play. And that's why a few years ago, there was a clear plan, a clear objective, and one of the most important objectives was the confidence we have that an African nation will be champions of the world. Let's clap hands for that. Now, if you listen to the way you clap the hands, it's a bit, we're not sure, maybe not sure, but let's clap hands enthusiastically. Now, you know, these things are easier said than done. You know, I've got thousands and thousands of shareholders all over the world, and we've got businesses in 38 countries in Africa. We've got investments in India, in America, in Europe, and many times I meet with my shareholders and they ask me one question. They say, please, you can say so many things and make so many promises. We just want to know, where is the money? Where is the money? We need the dividends. Because you can have good plans, but unless if the money is in my account, I can't use it. So when I'm saying to you that part of our confidence is that an African nation will indeed be champions of the world, which is one of our objectives, it's similar to, people will ask, but where are we now? And when do you think we will get to the level where we can compete against the best in the world? And a good starting point is, in 2022, Morocco went to the semifinals. In 2010, Ghana did exceptionally well in South Africa. And you can go back. Nigeria were champions of the Olympics. Cameroon has been champions of the Olympics. But what we do know is that in everything you do in life, everything, it requires hard work and hard work and hard work and self-belief and self-belief and self-belief. And sometimes your self-belief is in circumstances when the facts indicate that you may be out of touch with reality, because the facts don't support your objectives. And our objective of making sure that part of our aims is that an African nation must be champions of the world, because we will get our respect based on what we do on the field of play. So we have to win. We have to win. We have to win. And that's why this meeting is so important. This meeting, it's a great honor for me to have some of the smartest, most gifted, most talented coaches and trainers on the continent. You represent the best we have in the continent. And there's about 880,000 young boys and girls who participated in the CAF African Football Championship. And I'm proud because my foundation and my family foundation contributed $10 million towards that as a sign of the confidence and the belief. And we've donated a lot of money for schools football, quite apart from the other obligations we have. So a few days ago, I was in fact, let me say, a few weeks ago, I was in America, and in a meeting with some of the most successful and some of the most respected businessmen in the world, most successful. And some were saying, you know, they were talking about their good investments in other parts of the world. And of course, I spoke about Africa. But what I liked is, sometimes when I talk to some of my co-investors in Africa, they quite justifiably are cautious, as you have to be, and sometimes very uncertain, and sometimes very pessimistic. But when you go to America and you sit with some of the most successful investors in the world, and some of them are saying, we are coming to Africa. We're coming to Africa. We've got confidence in Africa. And some have already invested in Africa. It reminds me of the emphasis we've got to make on an ongoing basis, that we've got every reason to believe that every one of you who's in this room is as good as the best in the world. And I look at JJ, I look at Yoff, I look at all of the football players who are here with us today. They were exceptional. So I want to conclude by saying that sometimes we ourselves do not have the maximum confidence that we should, and partly because reality and the facts indicate that you should not have an excessive amount of self-belief and confidence. And of course, the starting point for all of us is reality. And the reality is that if you look at the AFCON and the quality of football that took place in Côte d'Ivoire, and there's no doubt that by any standards, this was the most successful on the field and off the field. But the most important thing that all of us must leave here is an absolutely justified sense of confidence. And that's why it's appropriate to express my deep personal gratitude to President Ouattara, to express my deep personal gratitude to the Prime Minister, to the Minister Delegate in the Office of the Prime Minister, who's also Minister of Sports. I saw my brother, who's the Minister of Transport, and everybody else here from the government. My brother, our brother Idris, and my special advisor and very respected and experienced football leader, Jacques Anouma, and our brand new chairman of the African Club Association. So let me, and of course, Veron, who did excellent, excellent work, and every single one of the CAF staff members who are here. But let me conclude by emphasizing that, what are you guys going to do here? What are some of the things that you will be looking at despite this overall assessment of the quality of football? And of course, in the context of the quality of football in the AFCON, you've got to look at the quality of football at the AFCON and look how it compares. Quality of football in the AFCON 2023 in Côte d'Ivoire. How does it compare with the highest competition at the similar level in Europe, the UEFA? UEFA Nations Cup, or the league, Nations League that's playing now. So at the end of the day, we have to win. So you can't say that I'm the best in Africa because I've won, which is excellent, but stop there. You've got to ask yourself, what must we do? Because, of course, there's more money in Europe, and the players get paid more, and the coaches can get paid more. And we are clear in our mind. Part of our objective has to be that we compete. The days of attracting the best coaches from the continent and outside, and in their mind, they must always think that I'm going to get less money in Africa, is something that we are working against. And that's why we are bringing more private sector investment, private sector sponsorship. Don't let anybody fool us. We clearly understand that, the facilities, the stadiums, the infrastructure, all of the related infrastructure for football is important, but we also understand how we pay our coaches, how we pay our players, how we pay the administrators, the future of club football. I gave $50,000 to every football club that participates. My brother Kurt, so good to see you. You see, when you sit next to Veron, you all look like you are from Brazil, so I can't see the one from the other. Thanks for the wonderful work you're doing in Ghana and in Wafu as well. Wafu A, B, I always mix them up. B for brother. So it's very, very important that, the clubs, there must be more money for the club. We gave them 50,000. What is 50,000? It's insignificant in the context of the totality of financial resources that is required. We've doubled the money that we give to the member associations. They got $200,000 per annum. We've doubled it to 400,000. What is 400,000? What is 50,000? So, and that's why President Ouattara is somebody that makes us so proud because we need the partnerships with government. It helps to have a president who loves football, who's passionate about football. Many of the heads of states I've known for many years, and many that I've spoken to. Too many countries in Africa still play their football not in their nation but outside. It's unacceptable. And we can't do it without the support of our governments. But the way to do it is to encourage them, to motivate them. Because sometimes to criticize and negative talk, it doesn't achieve what we want to achieve. So I want to conclude by saying that I am so absolutely proud. And let me first say, I want to thank each of you. But you know, we also have to have an eye for detail. I've worked with so many coaches. I've been privileged to work with so many coaches. And I was talking this morning about when I brought Barcelona to come and play against the Family Football Club, I think in 2007, 2008, and brought them again on Mandela's birthday on 2018. And we had 95,000 supporters at the stadium, and the previous one, it was sold out. It's the passion and the love we have for football. Football is special. Football is unique. Football creates unity, creates excitement. People, you know, in Nigeria, they said to me, when the Super Eagles play, there's no northerners, there's no southerners. I said, what do you mean by northerners and southerners? I said, no, but you know, this is some of the historic distinction between the north and the south, and I don't want to go into detail, but when the Super Eagles play, we're all Nigerian. We're all Nigerian. The pride, the passion, the patriotism, the unity. It unites us, those who come from different ethnic background, different religious background, different races. The single most powerful force in the world that brings people together. For us, it's an important thing in Africa. When Cote d'Ivoire was winning and won, of course they played against another great nation, Nigeria, but there was celebration for the way both of them played. So we've got reason to be confident and reason to be excited. There's more money coming into African football than ever before. And you know why? Because we understand that we've got to make it attractive. We've got to make it exciting. We've got to make it appealing. We want people to sit and watch and get excited about watching football in Africa as much as they get excited about watching football in Europe and in other parts of the world. Thank you so much. The future for African football looks bright. There's good work that's been done, and we are going to continue building, and we're going to continue winning, and we're going to continue improving, and we're going to continue showing to the rest of the world that indeed African football is as good as the best in the world. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, the CAF president, for those words. It's great to see that the Africa Cup of Nations is getting the attention that it deserves globally. Now, of course, there were so many magical moments for the Africa Cup of Nations in Côte d'Ivoire 2023. We're going to have a look at, of course, some memorable moments in the qualifiers, as well as all the way through to the final.
Quelques moments forts de cette Coupe d'Afrique des Nations, forcément, qui évoquent en nous quelques moments de nostalgie. On va procéder à un moment symbolique dans ce symposium, dans cette première journée du symposium qui se tiendra sur 2 jours. Je vous le rappelle, la signature du symbolique Legacy Fund. Mimi.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we know so much about how successful the Africa Cup of Nations in Côte d'Ivoire was on the pitch, but it was also incredibly successful commercially. So we're going to be having, of course, right now, the increased revenues compared to the previous editions, as we'll be able to see very shortly. And for the first time ever, the host nation of AFCON will benefit from a new CAF legacy fund aimed at driving development in the country. Let us please welcome on stage the CAF Secretary General, Mr. Veron Mosengo Omba, as well as the Ivorian Federation President, Mr. Yassine Idriss Diallo. Please, the
Thank you so much. I know that when you see one more person here in the stage, you think one more speech. My God, but it's not. I just wanted to say first, Aquaba, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Bienvenue, bem-vindo in Portuguese. And then I will try to say Ahlan, Ahlan, maybe in Arabic. I don't think if I say it well. I want to thank the host country, Côte d'Ivoire, Abidjan, to receive us again once more, to speak about what amazing things happened in this last AFCON. We will travel back to January and February. We'll have some insights about what happened in the AFCON. But what is more important in this event is the coaches. It's the opportunity to exchange with each other. It's the opportunity to give you the floor to speak about the development of football. As CAF, we have such opportunities to speak with technical directors of the member associations. We speak about other confederations, and I want to thank also Frank Dudolf from UEFA for being here. FIFA, that is a good partner that did a wonderful performance analysis of the AFCON that we'll share with you very soon. But we never before had the chance to sit down with the coaches. In the beginning, when I went to CAF, everybody was telling me that the pillar of football was grassroots. The pillar of football was infrastructures. But I always say the same, and I continue to believe that the pillar of football are the coaches. If we have the best players, the best infrastructures, football and equipment, but you don't have the coaches, we cannot develop players in the right way. Then I believe that you are the key factor to develop football in Africa. Then, for me, it's a huge pleasure to have you all in this forum. It's a great opportunity for exchange, to exchange with you, because we need you also to give us your thoughts, your ideas in regards of how we can develop football. I believe that together, because in Africa we have to think that together we have to develop our continent quality football. Then, even though we have to play against each other in the pitch, I think that we have to support ourselves to elevate and enhance the quality of our football in general, and then we can play against each other and see who will win one time and who will lose another time. Then, thank you so much to all for being here. We will start now the real symposium, like you said, Mimi. And I wish you all a very profitable conference and that you will leave this place completely different than you came. Thank you so much.
Merci Raoul.
Thank you, Raul, very much for that. Now, of course, we cannot talk about the Africa Cup of Nations that took place right here earlier this year without talking about the refereeing. We do know that the officiating was top-notch at the Africa Cup of Nations, with everybody speaking about it. And the focus on the first session will be about the usage of V.A.R.
L'arbitrage a tiré son épingle du jeu. Regardez une petite vidéo, justement, souvenir de cette Coupe d'Afrique des Nations au niveau de l'arbitrage.
Into a danger area, Mabalula was there and it's a penalty. An opportunity from 12 yards out presented to Mabalulu. Strikes firm and eventually...
Now comes to play.
Definitely.
Limb not in a natural position, outstretched, impeding the ball. Takes one look. It's a penalty.
There we go.
Opportunity. He's going to the V.A.R. For Morocco. Hakimi.
There we go.
Well, looks like a penalty to me, but things just might.
Well, the referee takes out. Makes the run up. That's no mistake. This is put
unbelievable how both the referee, the center referee and his assistant referee could miss that one, honestly.
Well, funnily enough, he's gone to V.A.R. to hold on to the Charles Connor Fanny Stadium. Penalty to Ivory Coast. South Africa have got numbers forward.
Yeah, they just went for it there, in at Nigeria there.
Come to the near side of the pitch. Flicking up. Versatile's leg. V.A.R. as well. Penalty to South Africa. The Nigerian hero in the 90th minute. Mokwena strikes firm. He strikes true.
Ooh, I remember that day. Now, as a Nigerian, that decision brought me heartbreak. But it was great to see that the officiating was doing their job for that one. So let's not forget as well, as I said, globally, a lot of people were praising the officiating at the Africa Cup of Nations, and none other than Gary Neville, well known former Manchester United football legend, who said that in the English Premier League they could learn a thing or two about how to use V.A.R. like it was used here at AFCON.
Les arbitres qui ont fait un travail considérable et on l'a vu, l'application de la V.A.R, comme tu le disais Mimi, est un modèle du genre à suivre. Les plus grandes compétitions dans le monde peuvent s'inspirer de ce qui s'est fait à la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations, et tout ça c'est l'œuvre d'un homme, notamment Monsieur Désiré Noumandiès Doué, le responsable de l'arbitrage et de la technologie dans le football. S'il vous plaît, sous vos...
Thank you very much. Dear coaches, it's always a great moment for a referee to discuss with the coaches. We are always collaborate on the field of play, but we don't have so many opportunities. So today, regarding refereeing in the AFCON, I first of all want to congratulate you. The AFCON was a great moment of football, and we are honored, and it's a privilege for us to exchange with the crème de la crème of the technician of football of the continent, to talk about refereeing. From the refereeing perspective, how did we see the AFCON? We really enjoy, because for us it was a very high level of football. On the technical point, tactical, the speed of the play, there was a lot of emotions, not only for the teams, for the public, but also for the referees. There were no small teams. We had many surprises. Teams were fighting until the last second, and we have fantastic outcomes of the games. All the matches at hand were uncertain. And for the referees, it was a very good challenge, believe me. It was a very good challenge because we had to improve every day. Every day at the training, seeing the level of performance of the teams, it was a big challenge for us. We have to raise our level of refereeing at every match. Match after match, we could see. We were also pleased about the general good collaboration with the team officials on the benches. To reach this level of performance during the AFCON, everything was done with the preparation. And before the AFCON, it was a long and steady preparation process, started from September 2022. Because we have at that moment to
scout for a new generation of elite referees. You see new faces during your matches. So we did the follow-up and the selection through all those competitions, several courses, technical and V.A.R. courses, many tournaments, and the final selection was strictly done and based on quality and performances. And I'm sure you have noticed many young faces, many young referees. Around 50% of the referees and assistant referees were at their first AFCON. And they performed very well. Okay? 60 of them were below the age of 38. Below 38 for a referee is the age where you start to get experience. It's still young for a referee. So the preparation was really based on performance. The final selection was very strict because we were looking for result at the competition. Then during the competition, regarding the appointment, we worked like a team. The appointment was based on the performance and the readiness at the training. So we were focused to appoint the best at the moment. So you would have seen some referees selected for the AFCON, but who didn't receive a game. Because at the moment they were supposed to referee, they were not ready at the training. Because we wanted result, we worked with the best at the moment to win the game. Because not only you, teams, want to win the game. Referees also, we want to win the game when we are going on the field of play. That's why we were working with the best of the best. We make also the emphasis on the match tactical preparation. This is a tool we will use more and more. I want to thank my director, Mr. Raoul, who gave us the green light to do that. To have coaches, to prepare the game with them, how this team is playing, how the other team is playing. As a referee, what should I expect on the field of play? To prepare our referees to be ready, to know already about what they will face on the field of play, in terms of refereeing, of course. So we put also the emphasis. We had also a good approach, a good combination between the technical and the fitness. Because it was hot, there was a lot of humidity. So the training plan, the load of training, everything was done individually. The follow-up was individual, and this resulted with 0 injury, 0 fatigue, and a peak of performance on the match day. This was one of the elements who contribute to the success. We also had a very good V.A.R. performance due to a very good and tight preparation. We really put the focus on the line of intervention. For V.A.R., the line of intervention is for the V.A.R. to know when I should intervene and when not. And the fact that if you look at closely, we will see that in 99% of the situations, people was expecting a V.A.R. intervention, and the V.A.R. intervention was happening. That means that we were really concentrate with football understanding and use of consideration. The line of intervention was at the expected level. Now, regarding the refereeing performance, and this is a point where we would like also to have your opinion at the end of the presentation. Okay? Our first focus was about match control, and we achieved really good results in terms of protecting the players, in terms of displaying a strong personality when it was needed. In terms of management, we asked the referees to focus more on football understanding, to try to understand the demand of the game. Not always being strict, but understand. Okay? the players' management. And I think you should have noticed, the referees was supposed to give respect because they were asking for respect. We tell them to give respect and empathy. But if in front we had different approach, then they have to show that they are controlling the situation. Okay? We also improve in the communication with the players and the team officials and on the prevention. Now regarding the decisions in general and the use of V.A.R, it's always a good moment to do a refresh with you, to make some clarification very quickly, because most of the time there is a misunderstanding coming from the fact that we don't have always the correct interpretation or the correct understanding of the protocol. So I just want to go quickly with you through those small points, okay? So regarding the V.A.R protocol, it's only for those 4 areas: penalty, direct red card, and goal and mistaken identity. We have with V.A.R the delay concept. You might see the assistant delay the flag, the referee delay the restart, because according to the law of the game, when the game has restarted, the referee cannot anymore change any decision. One important point is the referee always decides first and last. The V.A.R is not deciding. Thank you. It's the referee who decides. He's taking a decision on the field. Then the incidents related to those 4 areas are automatically checked. We put in big character automatically to tell you that this is the protocol. It's not because you will insist, you will harass the referee that the V.A.R will check, and vice versa. Immediately after the situation, if it's related to those areas, the V.A.R will check automatically. So no need to mob the referee and everything. Then after checking, the V.A.R now will have to take action. And we can summarize in 3 parts. The first one is no intervention. The referee makes the decision, the V.A.R is agree. No intervention, he just confirms the decision. Then you have factual review, what we call factual review. This is for factual situation, factual decisions. And on this kind of intervention, the referee will not go to the screen. It's, for example, offside interfering with play, or the ball is in or out of the penalty area, or the ball crossed the goal line, okay? We call them factual decisions. There is no matter of interpretation. So the referee will stay on the field, he will get the information of the V.A.R, he will make the signal and change the decision. Then we have the on-field review, where the referee has to go to the screen, and this is for subjective decision with interpretation. Why? Because it's the referee who is deciding, not the V.A.R. Is it a foul? Is it a penalty? Is it a handball? This is a matter of interpretation. So the V.A.R will tell the referee, come at the screen, I will show you, you will see, and you will decide. This is why the referee will do the signal and go to the screen. Because sometimes we say, but the referee refused to go to the screen. For us, he remained on the field and changed his decision. Okay? So this was just to clarify with you. Okay? And we have 2 examples. Okay? I want to see you, to show you. Okay? The first one. Oh, no. How can I play? Okay, no. Can we play the video? Can we play the video? Deux fois. Allons. Si j'ai pu. Bien. Non, ça c'est l'autre clip, ça. Bien. Ça marche. So we have two examples. One for a factual review and the other one for an on-field review. And he will show you also that on the field of play, when an incident is occurred, the V.A.R. team automatically starts checking and discuss with the referee to see if there is anything the referee needs to see or not. And this for us is very important because sometimes on the field it's not always well understood by the players and also by the coaches. Okay? And if not, then we move forward. Yes, Charlotte? No, cannot? Okay. Right? Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, so in this AFCON, okay, so now we can play. Okay, this is the game, Côte d'Ivoire, Equatorial Guinea, with a lot of emotion. So we have the team Côte d'Ivoire who was losing 1-0, and then we have this goal occurring, okay? You can see that the attacker who is scoring the goal is in an offside position at this moment, when the ball is headed by his teammate, okay? And he's the one who scored the goal. After every single goal or penalty, the V.A.R. will check. And as you can see, the V.A.R. communicates to the referee that the player who scored the goal was in an offside position. The referee then stay on the field of play, make the signal, cancel the goal, and restart with offside and direct free kick. Okay? So this is what we call for us a factual review, because there is no matter of interpretation, no matter of the referee to see himself. Okay? The next video will be the next one. Okay? On the next one, we will have an example of on-field review. An example of on-field review. Okay, now we can see again the same action with the attacker in an offside position at the moment of the pass. Okay, and then scoring the goal. You have to know that after every single goal, the V.A.R. will check if during the process of the goal, the team who scored the goal didn't commit any offense. Okay? On the second one, we will have a situation, Burkina Faso, Mauritania, inside the penalty area, with an attacker and a defender, possible penalty or not. For the referee, the defender plays the ball first and then goes allow the corner kick. Okay? So immediately, the V.A.R. team will start checking because it's a penalty area incident. Okay? So this is the screen, the quad screen of the V.A.R. Okay? They will check and then find the correct angles to see if there is a foul or not. Okay? So they can see that, you will see, okay? Who played the ball first? Is it the attacker or the defender? Okay? Now after many angles, okay, they will find out that the defender didn't play the ball from this one. The attacker played the ball, and the defender trips the attacker. Okay? Then they will check what we call the APP. If in the process of this penalty, the attacking team didn't commit any mistake. Okay? They are changing many angles to see, to be sure, because the V.A.R. will intervene when he has evidence to show to the referee. This is very important. Okay? So once they have all the evidence that this is a foul, when they have checked the APP to see that nothing happened in the process will lead to the penalty, now they will take action and start communicate with the referee. Okay? Sometimes it takes a bit long because the V.A.R. need to be sure. Okay? Then when this is done, they will call the referee to the on-field review. Then the referee will go. Okay? So the referee, now the V.A.R. is communicating to the referee. I recommend an on-field review. He opens the review, goes to the screen, and they will show him the different angles, okay? And he will decide. He will decide. So this for us is very important because the referee always decides. Okay? So now the referee is checking the different cameras angles. He will ask if you want to see more or if you want to see a specific angle to help him to make a decision. Okay? Asking for different angles, replays, slow motion. Okay? And then at the end, he will make a decision. And during this AFCON, the V.A.R. team did very well. They did very well. And the interventions occurred when it was expected. And this is really what we work on. Now the referee comes from the screen, open the review, and award the penalty. Okay? So this was to show you the different approach regarding the V.A.R. action. Now just quickly some brief statistics regarding V.A.R. Okay? We have 52 matches, and we have V.A.R. intervention in 27 matches. So almost 52%. Okay? In the table below, we have in total 32 interventions. In some games, we had more than one V.A.R. intervention. Okay? So the average is one V.A.R. intervention every 1.6 matches. Okay? Of course, we need to work more to improve on these statistics. Okay? The last table is about the duration of the V.A.R. intervention. At the end, you have more than 3 minutes, 2 interventions, between 2 minutes and 3 minutes, 8 interventions. Of course, it looks very long because some situations are very tricky and the V.A.R. need to check properly. Okay? So most of the intervention, 70%, were less than 2 minutes. Okay? This is a good performance, it's a good average. But of course, we need to improve in this, okay, to work a little bit more faster. But in V.A.R., it's more important to be accurate, not to try to go too fast. Okay? Regarding this other table, we have, for the penalties, for example, we have 10 penalties from the field and 12 given by after V.A.R. intervention. Okay? These statistics, yes, the problem with V.A.R. is when we have too many good V.A.R. interventions, that means that the referees need to work a bit more on the field of play. So we will try to improve in this for our referees to decide more from the field. And you can see we still have some decision missed, very few, okay, 0.8%. So that means that even with V.A.R, it can happen that a decision can be missed, maybe because the angle the V.A.R has is not enough to change a decision, or a wrong interpretation also from the V.A.R because they are referees who are behind the monitor. And that's why with V.A.R it's important. And we did many courses to get uniformity between the referees. For the ones who are on the field of play and those who are behind the monitor, to have the same way of interpretation, to have the same understanding of the situations. So we have selected two critical situations regarding V.A.Rs who were not well understood. Okay, the first one was already shown during the first element. Okay, so we will show this one. Okay, you have a corner kick, and then we have a possible penalty. The referee missed the penalty. And then finally, after the intervention, we restart with an offside. So many people couldn't understand why, from a clear penalty missed by the referee for a handball, after VAR intervention, we restart with an offside. Okay? Here we have the clear handball, the arm is away from the body. Okay? Now, we will see at the moment of the kick, this is the moment this player is in offside position. And he's the one who will take the shot to get the penalty. So as we are doing for the goals, when we have a penalty, the VAR will also check the process who bring the penalty if the team who benefit of the penalty didn't commit any offense. Okay? So after checking the penalty, the VAR now will check the APP. And while checking the APP, he find out that the attacker who take the shot to have the penalty was in an offside position after a deflection from a defender came to gain advantage from his offside position. That's why the penalty was not awarded and the game was restarted with offside. This was a very good call for the VAR because it was in line with the protocol and this was really well done. This was really well done. So the second one, we have seen it, okay? It's one of the most difficult cases in VAR. You have a possible penalty in this penalty area, missed by the referee. But look, after this, within 1, 2, 3 passes, 6, 7 seconds, the ball is already inside the other penalty area. So impossible now to stop the game. Then it results in a goal from Nigeria. Very critical situation, okay? But again, they did very well because they checked properly. Then they called the referee to on-field review, and the referee canceled the goal and awarded the penalty for the other team. I think this was one of the crucial moments of the competition with a lot of emotions, okay? And we were very happy of this very good intervention again of the VAR. So this was briefly what we wanted to share with you. And before to conclude, it's for us very important, always very important, to know what you think. How did you find the referee's performance during the AFCON? Because it will help us to see where to improve to see how you perceive our job, how you perceive our action. Okay? So very important for us to know, okay, what do you think about how the referee control the game, about their personality, about the decisions? Did you always understood the V.A.R. interventions? Were you always agree with this? Okay? How do you find the impacts of refereeing on the competition? You think that it's help, that it's allow the player to be, it's allow your players to develop your football? So for us, it's always very important to hear from you, to understand, okay? For us to be able to improve, okay? So if anyone wants to give his thought, his opinion, we will be very happy to listen and to take note. Hein, Charlotte? Okay, we have a coach here in front. And also if you have some questions, we are open to answer. Not to you. maybe use this one. Huh? Yeah.
Okay. Now this one works. As a person that is 24 years already on the continent, remembering you as a referee in many matches in Champions League, I'm personally extremely happy as a witness of time, the way things have gone from strength to strength, from being witness of the worst things where even your bosses, Massimo Busacca, 2015, calling after the other decision for Equatorial Guinea against Tunisia, if you remember, Sichon from Rajendra Prasad from Mauritius, and asking me if on this level you do such a things, how is then on the other lower levels than this? But this Africa Cup of Nations, I can tell you, because it has gone the same, Asian Cup and Africa Cup of Nations. It was same like comparing the symphony on the other side and hard rock metal on this side, from a point of action and everything, and referees and everything what you have brought as new things to the game. I want, in the name of all of us that live and love football in Africa, thank you very much for lifting to this level. Still there is space to improve and room to develop. However, you're on very, very good road. Justice has been delivered, and if Gary Neville and also Jose Mourinho also mentioned himself that has been surprised the way things are done here, and this is how we paint face of Africa and African football in the best possible way. Keep up with the good work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. I believe that the V.A.R. has shown much more improvement compared to the previous AFCON. Also, the decision seems to be more clear. However, it's alarming if you look that 50% of the decisions for penalties, it goes either way. Just imagine that actually, you know, when the referees, they don't have pressure and they play, and referees, you know, not necessary at international competition, local legal competition. Therefore, the referee has a lot to improve, and they have to, you know, if they miss a penalty like those actually missed, that means the position and the patrol of the path of the diagonal is not right. And that means sometimes the referees ball watch, and also sometimes, many times, actually stays. They don't understand the football, unfortunately, sometimes. They stay on the path of the ball when sometimes, you want to play some travel and some tricky kind of free kicks, and you can't because the referee is on your way. So these things, in a way, in this, amazing courses you are doing at this moment, it has to be brought up because it has to be a bit more standards from top to bottom as well. Unfortunately, the V.A.R is only for the elite. You just meet at this competition. But also our players need somehow to get exposed to this because basically they come, they never done this, and suddenly it's a lot of emotion, lots of psychological emotions, and you stop and suddenly you have to start again because you have a roller coaster. You score a goal, all the enthusiasm, everything, and then suddenly, like this game, you are losing the match because basically from 2-0 up, you're supposed to be 1-1. And you start all over again, and it's really, really tough. It was first thing that okay, that's gone, but then you go and you score and emotions and things like that. So yes, it's extremely difficult. Can you come back from that? I don't know. Can you train the player to come back from that? It's very difficult. So there are lots of improvement. Keep up the hard work and the good work, but however, that has to be done a little bit faster. And just imagine that the impact of competition, what you said. You could say that was massive impact, because that goal, it could change, the completely outcome of the competition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But we are very happy since it's changed the outcome in a good way. The team who deserve to have the score, have the score.
But
so,
the idea is,
can
you avoid that through the refereeing from the first?
Sure, that's why we are still working hard. Yeah. Okay.
It's a work in progress.
Yes, it's a working process. And we have started, I can talk under control of my director, the CAF president designed a project of V.A.R zonal centers.
Yeah.
Okay, so in each zone we have an equipment for the referees to practice.
But also teams to practice, like friendly matches, something like that with V.A.Rs in these centers. And that will be also helpful, to get used to, like everything else.
Absolutely correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oui, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Moi, je pense que sur le contrôle du match, l'arbitrage a été fantastique. Les décisions ont été prises, mais par rapport à ces décisions, je voudrais poser deux questions. La première, c'est de savoir pourquoi sur toutes les actions douteuses, on constate qu'il y a certaines qui ne sont pas vérifiées à la V.A.R. Ensuite, la deuxième question, pourquoi certaines fautes échappent aux arbitres, il faut la V.A.R. Est-ce que c'est par distraction ou par manque de placement? Par défaut, certainement, de préparation physique.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Non, aucune faute n'échappe à la V.A.R, au contrôle de la V.A.R. Comme je viens d'expliquer, tous les incidents qui sont liés au possible penalty, au carton rouge direct, au but marqué ou aux erreurs d'identification sont automatiquement vérifiés par la V.A.R. Automatiquement. Et si la V.A.R trouve quelque chose à dire, si la V.A.R n'est pas d'accord avec l'arbitre, à ce moment-là, la V.A.R va intervenir. Et si l'arbitre a pris une décision sur le terrain et que ceux qui sont derrière l'écran ont analysé et sont d'accord avec, ils confirment. Ils vont dire à l'arbitre, la décision est confirmée, tu peux reprendre. S'ils voient d'autres éléments, ils vont lui dire, viens à l'écran pour voir. Okay? C'est pour ça qu'on a montré tous les incidents qui concernent les 4 parties-là sont automatiquement vérifiés et ça fait partie du protocole. C'est un élément clé du protocole. Maintenant, effectivement, sur le terrain, il y a des situations que les arbitres peuvent rater, soit parce qu'ils ne sont pas bien placés, ils n'ont pas pu voir correctement, ou qu'ils ont fait une mauvaise interprétation. Ça fait partie du jeu et c'est à ça que nous travaillons pour améliorer le score des décisions qui sont prises sur le terrain par les arbitres. Okay? Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
m'entendez?
Oui.
Ouais. Non, moi j'avais juste une question, merci pour l'intervention. Je voulais savoir si les arbitres, dans la préparation de leur match, utilisaient la vidéo, si tout le monde utilisait la vidéo, s'il y avait cette compétence individuelle ou collective peut-être d'utiliser la vidéo pour scouter les adversaires, les joueurs, les joueurs. Donc je voulais savoir si il y avait un scouting de la part des arbitres sur les équipes et pour préparer leur match.
Oui, absolument. Et pour cette CAN, ça a été une des innovations qu'on a proposées et que le directeur a accepté. C'est la préparation tactique des matchs. Okay? Donc, on a eu le service de 2 coachs, donc avant chaque match, qui étudient comment jouent les 2 équipes, évidemment du point de vue de l'arbitrage, okay? Et qui ont une séance avant chaque match avec les arbitres. On dit telle équipe défend comme ça, joue les balles arrêtées comme ça, joue les corners comme ça, attaque comme ça. En général, l'équipe adverse joue comme ça et vous devez vous attendre à ça. Par exemple, sur les longues balles, vous devez être prêt à anticiper, à aller. Et on a eu beaucoup de très bons résultats avec. Merci beaucoup. OK.
Can I speak in English?
Thank you very much.
Merci Monsieur Doué, on peut l'applaudir s'il vous plaît. C'était un atelier quand même important sur la question de l'arbitrage et je pense que vous, chers tacticiens, forcément êtes les premiers concernés par tout cela. Oui Mimi, on arrive à un moment que j'affectionne tout particulièrement.
Absolutely. I love this session as well. It involves the African football legends. We will be speaking to them. And as well, we want you involved. So we'll give you the opportunity to ask them questions as well.
La première légende que l'on va appeler pour ce panel justement des légendes CAF, on va dire que c'est une mémoire vivante du football ivoirien africain. Il était présent il y a 40 ans en Côte d'Ivoire pour la première Coupe d'Afrique des Nations organisée ici. Il était également présent pour la première Coupe d'Afrique des Nations remportée par la Côte d'Ivoire. C'était en 1992 au Sénégal, à Dakar en l'occurrence. Et puis, il a emmené aussi ce trophée glané par tout un continent vers la jeune génération, en l'occurrence la génération des éléphants 2023-2024. Je vais vous demander d'accueillir chaleureusement sur scène Monsieur Gadji Seli Saint-Joseph.
JJ, due to time, because we would like to open it up for you all as well to ask questions. JJ, as we were speaking over here before you came, Nigeria was not seen as one of the favorites coming into the competition, as I'm sure you're very well aware of. But they surprised many, but making it through to the final. How do you feel? What do you think? How can Nigeria build on that for next year's AFCON?
Well, first of all, I have to apologize for coming a bit late. But I wasn't surprised, because we are, of course, a big footballing nation, even though I know that we're not having the best of time. But teams do go through phases, when they struggle. But we're hanging in there. And I think we are trying to build on our achievement during the last AFCON. It's not going to be easy, of course, and it's always more difficult when you're a team to beat. I think here in Africa, any nation that is coming up against Nigeria always prepare, because it's like I say an upset, whenever we lose. And we're aware of that, so we're trying to, like I said, build on our achievement and make sure that we meet up to expectations.
Of course, talking about building up on our achievement, as we know, Nigeria at the moment are in between trying to find, I guess, a permanent coach. Do you think once that comes into place, that coach could be able to help to utilize, to get that team its stability and win maybe that next AFCON?
Well, I think so. I think we've always had issues with coach's appointment, because I don't know if it's because of our population, and everybody in Nigeria is a coach. So it's always difficult for a coach to properly do his job. We have to be honest. A lot of people does get involved. So it's always difficult. And once I think we can get that right, I think it will help to stabilize the team as well.
On a reformé une belle paire du côté des Bolton Wanderers. Ça nous ramène à des souvenirs très très lointains en Première Ligue. Eladj, Mimi disait, le Nigeria c'était un outsider qu'on ne voyait pas forcément aller au bout, en tout cas de la part des bookmakers. C'était différent pour le Sénégal, qui était forcément un grand favori à sa propre succession. J'imagine qu'il y avait beaucoup de pression. Vous étiez dans ce groupe que vous avez suivi, avec lequel vous avez vécu de bout en bout. Comment on gérait cette pression au quotidien, cette pression d'aller chercher un deuxième sacre consécutif?
Il fallait que ça tombe sur moi. D'abord, bonsoir à toutes et à tous. Et merci à la Côte d'Ivoire de nous avoir reçus et surtout à la CAF de nous avoir invités et de penser à nous. Parce que je crois que c'est important de le souligner. Il n'y a pas que nous comme légendes. S'ils nous ont pris aussi, c'est parce qu'on représente aussi tant d'autres personnes. Merci à la CAF pour votre soutien encore sur les légendes. Je dirais que, bien sûr, la pression restera quand tu joues maintenant pour le Sénégal, ou bien quand tu es dans le staff du Sénégal, la pression est toujours là, elle est toujours éminente. Et parce que la barre, elle est très haute depuis 2002, la barre, elle est très haute et que les joueurs, ils subissent trop de pression, ce qui est normal parce que tu joues pour le Sénégal, c'est comme si tu joues pour le Brésil ou pour le Nigeria, et que les gens ont envie tout le temps de nous voir gagner, mais je crois que c'est une bonne pression. Et nous, notre devoir en tant que légende, en tant que grand frère, c'est de leur dire de jouer sans pression. On a été là et surtout de ne pas se prendre la tête. Cette Coupe d'Afrique-là, je ne dirais pas qu'on avait la pression. On sait qu'on était même meilleur que la Coupe d'Afrique qu'on a gagnée au Cameroun. Parce que les 3 premiers matchs, quand tu les regardes, quand on a joué contre la Gambie, contre le Cameroun et contre la Guinée, tout le monde nous voyait gagner la Coupe. Mais les accidents de travail peuvent arriver, mais je crois que ce n'est pas ça qui peut déstabiliser l'équipe du Sénégal. Même en ce moment, on sait que c'est dur parce que tout le monde veut jouer contre Sadio Mané, tout le monde veut jouer contre Koulibaly, tout le monde veut jouer contre le Grand Sénégal. Mais je crois que c'est une bonne pression et que le Sénégal sera là durant ces années à venir parce que la formation est là. Le travail de notre fédération, une fédération sérieuse et avec un gouvernement qui met les moyens pour l'équipe et surtout des joueurs engagés. Je crois que la formation est là. Si on voit les jeunes qu'on a, Lamine Camara, Jackson Nicolas et Pape Matar Sarr, je crois que l'avenir du Sénégal est prometteuse.
Justement, et là, permettez-moi de rebondir là-dessus, parce qu'on a parlé un petit peu en amont de ce symposium. Vous disiez que dans 10 ans, vous voyez clairement le Sénégal, au vu notamment de sa formation, de la qualité de sa formation, remporter au moins 2, voire 3 Coupes d'Afrique des Nations. Est-ce que pour vous, la formation, justement, c'est un gage de réussite? Il y a des pays qui sont des exemples de formation sur le continent africain, mais qui ne gagnent pas forcément une Coupe d'Afrique des Nations parce qu'il y a ce gap parfois que les jeunes n'arrivent pas à franchir.
Oui, mais il y a la formation, il y a 2 formations. Si on voit aujourd'hui la formation marocaine, aujourd'hui c'est une très bonne formation. Ils forment des joueurs, des jeunes joueurs qui vont jouer en Europe. Mais aujourd'hui, la formation sénégalaise, aujourd'hui, c'est de jouer dans le continent, de savoir jouer les matchs internationaux, ce que physiquement les matchs demandent en Afrique. Je crois que c'est pour ça que je parle de formation. Aujourd'hui, l'équipe du Sénégal, si on voit la formation, aujourd'hui, pourquoi on a l'une des meilleures équipes? Parce qu'on a 3 à 4 joueurs qui jouent à Djambar, 4 joueurs qui jouent à Génération de Foot, et ainsi de suite. Et pour jouer aujourd'hui ou gagner beaucoup de tournois aujourd'hui, c'est la formation. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, notre fédération, notre politique et surtout la formation qu'on va donner à nos joueurs, c'est dans ce sens-là. Parce que il y a des matchs, les coachs peuvent te le dire, pour jouer ou gagner en Afrique, il faut jouer comme... Il y a un football que tu dois pratiquer. Il y a un football que tu dois pratiquer. La preuve, il n'y a que les meilleures équipes qui gagnent. La Côte d'Ivoire nous l'a montré en gagnant la Coupe d'Afrique là, par les tripes.
Le El Diouf qui a évoqué avec nous le Sénégal également, quel plaisir de vous avoir, tout comme Gadji Seyi Saint-Joseph et JJ Okocha. Mimi, on va peut-être procéder à des questions.
Yeah, I think it would be really good just to make it more general. Let's get more, an opinion on some of the other matches that took place. Do you guys have any questions? It would be great to get a voice from you, to get your opinions on any questions for the legends. Anybody got any questions? Surely you've got questions. Nobody's got a question? Well, let's then, I guess for you, whilst maybe we're waiting for somebody to think of a question, I'm going to start with you, JJ, or anybody else who wants to take part in this. What have been some of your standout moments from AFCON?
Well, I think it must have been the so-called giant killers. We have to say that the gap have been breached. There are no minnows in African football anymore, and for me, the last AFCON was like an advert for African football. So I was impressed with so-called small nations or football nations, the way they performed during the AFCON.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that. Malik?
Gadji, quelle est l'image que vous avez envie de retenir? J'imagine que vous allez me dire peut-être la remise du trophée, mais hormis la remise du trophée justement aux éléphants de Côte d'Ivoire, quelle est l'image que vous avez envie de retenir de cette Coupe d'Afrique des Nations globalement 2023?
C'était une très belle Coupe d'Afrique des Nations. On a vu, il y a eu beaucoup d'émotions, il y a eu beaucoup de rebondissements. Elle a été bien organisée et il y a eu de belles phases de jeu. On a vu de bonnes choses et je pense que le football en Afrique a son mot à dire sur le plan mondial bientôt. C'est vrai que nos grands footballeurs ici, JJ Okocha et El Diouf, ont représenté l'Afrique. Mais je pense qu'il y a une autre génération qui viendra peut-être prendre la coupe un jour. Parce que nos enfants ont appris et sont dans des grands clubs, apprennent de ces clubs-là. L'Afrique va donner beaucoup de trophées dans le futur.
Et là, je vous
L'image que j'ai gardée, c'est que de dire félicitations surtout à l'Afrique, parce qu'on a montré à tout le monde qu'on peut organiser, très bien organiser et réussir. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, on doit tous penser la même chose. Et l'image que je garde, c'est que la Coupe d'Afrique ça se jouait au même moment que la Coupe d'Asie et que tous les yeux étaient braqués ici en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, il y a des efforts à faire, c'est sûr, parce que franchement, tout était parfait pour cette Coupe d'Afrique-là. Merci à la CAF, parce que il y a des choses que les téléspectateurs aujourd'hui n'étaient pas au courant. C'est la première Coupe d'Afrique qu'on organise et que chaque équipe avait son terrain d'entraînement. D'habitude, nous, à notre époque, les terrains d'entraînement, on se les partageait. Donc, c'est important de le dire. Les sponsors aussi sont venus et qu'on aura encore plus de sponsors parce que les choses sont devenues mieux et plus sérieux. Et le seul regret, c'est que c'est pas notre temps à nous de jouer, mais je peux dire que les jeunes nous ont montré que on peut compter sur eux et que la Coupe d'Afrique était magnifique grâce à la Côte d'Ivoire, à la CAF et aux journalistes aussi qui ont fait leur boulot comme il le fallait. Et pour la beauté du football, on nous appelait de partout pour nous dire franchement, la Coupe d'Afrique était vraiment sucrée.
Merci à la Diouf, ce sera le mot de la fin. Merci aux légendes. JJ Okocha, Gadji Seli, Saint-Joseph, s'il vous plaît. Chers techniciens et assistance. Mimi, on va procéder
Yeah,
à une nouvelle pause
absolutely.
sur ce
Now,
podium.
I'm sure a lot of you would like to have a croissant or two. So we're going to have a little coffee break. But please, let's just make sure that it takes just 15 minutes so you can come back. We have 2 more sessions and we can finish a little early today. So 15 minutes break, un petit café et du thé et de retour, s'il vous plaît.
Malik, j'aimerais bien aussi encourager les coachs parce que je sais que vous ne faites pas un métier facile. Ce que je vais dire, c'est pour les nouvelles générations à venir. Les encourager, les féliciter parce qu'ils ont eu le courage de rentrer chez eux, de passer leur diplôme et de prendre leur équipe nationale. Et je crois qu'avant, les anciens footballeurs, quand ils finissaient leur carrière, ils restaient en Europe ou quelque part d'autre et ils ne rentraient pas chez eux. Et si les équipes africaines aujourd'hui gagnent, c'est parce qu'il y a ce courage-là. Jamel Belmadi l'a fait, Aliou Cissé l'a fait, tant d'autres aujourd'hui ils l'ont fait. Et franchement, je tenais à vous féliciter, vous encourager et vous dire que merci pour ce que vous faites aussi pour le football africain.
Merci beaucoup. Thank
Merci
you. I
Alaj.
think that's a good one.
Merci Gadji Seli, merci JJ Okocha.
All right, coffee break. Back in 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Ça marche. Oui. Est-ce que ça marche? Ouais. Test, test. Oula. Test, test. Assez pour faire le testing. Voilà. Ouais. Ça marche maintenant. Test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. De quoi? Ariane? Groupe. Ah.
C'est l'entreprise.
Ouais. Ça, je sais. C'est impressionnant.
Et tout à l'heure, c'est vous qui animez le panel, c'est ça?
Non, c'est moi qui fais une présentation de FIFA.
Ah, de la FIFA, ok.
Oui, l'analyse du tournoi.
D'accord. Allez-y, essayez de tourner.
Just talking normally at this level, and then it doesn't really matter what I'm saying. It's just to test the voice. Yep. I can see you laughing. At this level. Yep. Okay. Just keep talking naturally like you're just walking on the stage. To the front. Yeah. So that it comes naturally, and then checking that the sound doesn't go too high, too low. Talk differently at different moments. Yeah. It's good for me. Yeah. Yeah. Give or take. Yeah, perfect.
And you're Avery, Tim? No, you're
Tom.
Tom.
It's just me.
Oh, just you. Okay.
Yeah.
Tom. Okay, great.
Perfect. Sit down there.
Huh? Yeah, I'll call you up. Crack on and finish by 7. At least I get an early night.
Doesn't end well.
Yeah.
Can you?
You have everything for you need is working. If you've spoken to them.
Yep. On peut le couper? Ok. Ok.
Yeah. Yeah. Test. 1, 2. Test. Yeah. Test. Yeah. Yeah. Test. Test. 1, 2. Test. Yeah. Test. Test. Yeah. Test. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Test. Test.
Testing, yes. Charlotte?
Voilà, ça marche? Ouais, ça marche. C'est mieux? Voilà. De rien.
There is someone else I wanted to bring Elijah.
Okay, Shala, let me just recap. For this one, the video plays, I introduce. First, take a quick look at the CAF sponsors and make it. After the video, then I bring him on stage, yeah? I'll just do it what I think. Okay, when you're ready, let us know.
Chers techniciens, nous allons vous demander de reprendre vos places pour la suite du symposium. On a encore d'autres interventions et d'autres panels dans cette première journée. S'il vous plaît, nous allons reprendre le cours normal de la journée, le cours normal de la cérémonie.
If you guys, hello, could we please get to our seats? I'm sure everybody would like to get through the end of today. Coaches, I'm sure you'll have time very shortly to catch up with each other. Pardon, messieurs, s'il vous plaît, merci, c'est gentil. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yeah? All right. I think we should probably carry on with the rest of today's sessions. We have just 2 panel sessions left, and I promise you will be able to go home. So our next session will focus on technical findings. Of course, we know that stats are very important in the game.
Young player of the tournament with 2 crucial assists in the final. What a special season he's having. The Albion fans showing how much he's loved here at his new home.
Wow, what a great welcome that was for the champions in their respective clubs around the world. Now, of course, an Africa Cup of Nations is nothing, of course, without stats and performances. We do need that as well. Those findings, those technical findings are very important. And that will be our next session for today. And welcoming on stage to discuss all those technical findings of AFCON events is Tom Gardner from FIFA.
Tom Gardner de la FIFA, sur vos acclamations. La particularité de ce symposium est que nous avons des intervenants aussi bien du continent africain qu'un peu partout dans le monde. Tom Gardner, s'il vous plaît.
Phone on? There we go. Thank you very much to CAF for the organisation of this event. Thank you very much to Raul and Jaida for the invite to present to you, but most importantly, thank you to you, the coaches, for the opportunity to discuss AFCON 2023 with you and hopefully to get your insights, your feelings from how the tournament was played out on a technical and tactical level. So, my name's Tom. I've got very much the privilege of leading the Football Performance Insights team at FIFA, and it's a real pleasure to present to you today our analysis of AFCON 2023. Is there another clicker available? The role of FIFA in this is we're trying to learn more about the development of the global game at the very highest level. So what we did throughout AFCON was we collected data in exactly the same way that we did throughout World Cup 2022, throughout all of our FIFA competitions, and as we grow and develop, to work closely with our confederations to learn more about how football is developing at the very highest level. And it's that level of insight that we want to be able to share with you today and to discuss with you about how we see the game developing at the highest level and what we saw in AFCON and how that compares to some of what we saw at World Cup 2022. So not only do we have a team of performance analysts who are working on the data, we have a full team supporting us of performance analysts, data scientists, data engineers, and by utilizing all of this expertise, it allows us to see beyond just what happened on the pitch and to get into how and why. And it's those findings that we want to be able to share with you today. So what did we do during AFCON? We collected data in exactly the same way. And that's really important because it means we have a completely consistent data set. So when we talk about the differences between World Cup and between AFCON or between different competitions at different confederations, we know that our data set is completely consistent. We have a team of 26 analysts per match who watch every single action that a player does. And what that means is we can move away from just looking at what on-the-ball actions happened, but actually what happens off the ball as well. How many times do players make movements to receive? How many times do they offer to try and be a passing option for their teammate? How many times do they press? How many times do they push on? And this allows us to gain an even deeper level of support and knowledge than ever before. And we enrich all of these findings with tracking data to give us extra context. So we know not just where a pass was made from and where it was played to, but we know where all the players were at that time. So we know if that was a pass which broke an opposition line. We know if that was a pass which led to chance creation. And all of this post-conference will be made available to you, all of our data, all of our reports, and obviously the presentation which I'll make today. So I just want to start by explaining how we approach the game, because it's very easy to get lost in the minute detail, especially when looking at data, when looking at video, to go straight into the detail. And we take a slightly different approach. So how we identify and how we begin our analysis is to identify different phases of play, both in possession and out of possession, which brings us closer, hopefully, to you, the coaches, of how you see and understand the game. And what we use that to do is then to be able to understand how do teams behave differently in each of these phases of play. So out of possession, we consider 9 phases of play, split predominantly into 3 categories. So we have our press, which can be high, middle, or low. We have a block phase, which again can be high, middle, or low. And we have 3 different types of defensive transition stage. So we have defensive transition, counter press, and then a recovery phase. I'm just going to pause quickly because I know obviously that'll be translated for some of you as well. But is everybody okay with the out of possession phases of play that we have on the screen? I see some nodding. That's good. It's a good start for interaction is nodding. We'll work more into questions. It's fine. But a good start is nodding. I can see nodding. It's fine. In possession, we identify 7 different phases into 5 categories. So we have build-up, which would typically be lower, potentially in defensive third or middle third. And we break that down into unopposed and opposed. We have progression phase, where teams look to move the ball forward. Final third, long ball, and transition. And we break the transition into 2 different types, attacking transition and counter-attack. So I'll just pause again with those phases of play because all of our analysis is structured around understanding different teams' behaviors within those separate phases of the game. Again, more nodding. It's fine. So how we started our analysis was we wanted to look at actually when teams have control of how the game is restarted, how did they behave? And I think that gave us a real insight into some of the differences that we saw in AFCON compared to the World Cup, and so we looked immediately at the structured possession restarts. Now what we saw as quite an obvious trend, or quite a clear trend, was that teams spent 2/3 more time in a long ball phase at AFCON compared to at World Cup 2022. So when we talk about the different phases of play, we saw that at AFCON, when specifically talking about our long ball phase, teams spent 2/3 more time in that phase than at the World Cup. We saw that teams set up well from goal kicks to do this, and goalkeeper distribution styles, when we really look into them, show that this was an intentional tactic that was used by different teams. But what we saw was actually really important was the ability to coordinate attacks from a long ball phase. So whether that was playing direct to then win the first ball and immediately create an opportunity, or playing a long ball phase to then build and attack deeper in opposition territory, the ability to construct an attacking phase off the back of a long ball was really important. And what we can see is on the right-hand side there, the percentage of goalkeeper distribution styles which we're onto, which is a long ball type, increased between World Cup 2022 and AFCON. So we have two video examples just to start with. So in the first instance, you can see the team move up and create that compact space. And move into an area that's 31 by 26 meters. So a deliberate tactic to create that space and narrow the pitch. From there, we can see they win the first and second ball, and they maintain that narrowness in possession, and use obviously the success of the long ball to then create an opportunity and a goal. The second video that we can see is Equatorial Guinea. Again, you can see there's an opportunity to play short. So the goalkeeper has two options available to them. You all remember the goal anyway, don't you? Yeah, just play that. So we can see the goalkeeper has two options to play short. Instead, enters straight into a long ball phase with an onto distribution style. Another presentation tomorrow's on goalkeeper analysis, but it's always nice to get a goalkeeper assist. So what we can then do is we can look at that by team. So we can break that down into how actually teams performed and how that was a deliberate style or not. So what we can see then is the proportion of distribution styles onto, and what we've done to show the link with success is in orange are the teams who qualified from the knockout stages, and in green the teams who didn't qualify from the knockout stage. So we can see towards the left-hand side of this graph, Mauritania, Gambia, Equatorial Guinea, Ghana, Guinea. It seemed like this was a real intentional distribution style. So I just want to pause for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and just ask any of the coaches, I'm not sure who's still in the room, but ask any of the coaches on the left-hand side whether this was a deliberate tactic, whether this was an opportunity that we saw, or whether this, maybe this just happened by chance. Yeah? Is there a microphone?
Non. C'est en français.
Ça va?
Oh ouais. Non, mais je regardais les stats là, et c'est Michu là qui me branche là. Ouais.
Mais est-ce que les stats comme ça, vous trouvez que c'est intéressant que...
Ouais, c'est intéressant parce que ça nous permet aussi d'identifier à notre propre projet de jeu. Et d'autant plus que nous, on est beaucoup basé sur les stats et nouveaux entraîneurs qui actuellement, et la data, elle est importante pour nous pour la progression. Et et pour créer éventuellement s'asseoir aussi sur notre projet de jeu, quoi.
Ça c'est un choc ou pas?
Non, bien sûr, c'est totalement réel de ce que vous êtes en train de décrire, quoi.
Et d'un niveau défensif, vous avez trouvé pendant le CAF qu'il y avait beaucoup plus d'équipes qui ont joué en style direct, en phase long ball. Et c'était comment pour annuler la menace qui est attribuée à la long ball?
Ça dépend des adversaires. Vous savez, des adversaires qui ont souvent qui aiment avoir la possession. Et vous savez que le football, c'est beaucoup de transition. Oui. Donc les zones où on sait, les zones où l'équipe elle veut rentrer, surtout de pouvoir aussi jouer à l'intérieur, on sait que dans les 30-40 mètres de l'équipe adverse, c'est là que les ballons se récupèrent et les transitions, elles peuvent se faire mal en passant par les côtés, quoi.
Ok, intéressant. Il y a quelque chose d'autre à dire? Anybody else with something to say on this one in particular? No. Okay, we move on. It's really interesting because what we're trying to understand, obviously football is two forces constantly against each other. So as soon as one team is in a long ball phase, another team has to defend that, but also it becomes a question of what came first, whether teams played long and there was a lack of pressure, or because of the lack of pressure, teams felt more comfortable, that felt they had to go over the opposition to break them down. But we also saw this direct style of play happening in open play as well. So even though against a lack of high pressure, there's still many long passes played from the defensive third, even when under pressure. And what we're looking at is the percentage or the proportion of passes played long under no pressure. And again, we see similar teams coming towards the fore: Mauritania, Equatorial Guinea, Namibia, Gambia, Guinea. And we can show this with a couple of videos. The first one is Namibia, and again, in this instance, you can see the goalkeeper plays a short pass. But despite quite a limited pressure or no pressure played, there's a clear intention to enter quickly into a long ball phase. As the Namibian coach, yeah. Here. Yeah. No, yeah, no problem. Can I just ask, we saw this happen quite a lot, so we saw this as quite a trend when we looked into the analysis of AFCON, that we saw teams under very little pressure choosing to play long. We can see the examples of all the teams here, but can I ask, was that an intentional trend that we played more direct? Was that something that you were thinking of going into matches, that you would look to play in a more direct style? Was that potentially a result of climate or something else? Can I ask if there was reasons behind which we see teams going more often into a long ball phase? Okay, on the other end of the scale, we have teams who very rarely played these defensive long passes from the defensive third. So on the far left here, we can see Algeria, Tanzania, Zambia, Egypt, Mozambique. Was this really intentional, that we're never looking to play that long ball, instead looking to constantly try and build up? Or was this something that just happened perhaps because there was no pressure, so you had the opportunity to easily move out of the final third? It's quiet. We're missing the coffee break. Somebody go find the coffee and then we'll start again. So we're looking at how these things interact with each other. But just because teams played long ball, we still saw a really important attitude towards being proactive to regain possession being really important. So one thing that was clearly very obvious, or when we looked through the data became quite clear, was a lack of intensity and a lack of, or a difference in the amount of time spent in a high press phase. So a video clip such as this became very typical of what we saw through the data in AFCON. So although the team is set up deep to play out from the back, the line of engagement was always set much deeper. So there only became a really active engagement to try and win possession once the team entered the middle third of the pitch, rather than trying to execute that high press phase. And when we look at the differences perhaps between what we observe in the World Cup and what we observed at AFCON, certainly that difference of the lack of intensity around a high press phase became really important. The head coach of Mali, I'm going to pick on people now. I'm going to pick on people till we start talking. Head coach Mali, I can't read the names from up here, sorry. Okay. So what we saw was a big decrease in high press phase. So teams spent significantly less time in a high press phase at AFCON 2023 compared to the World Cup. And the proportion of time spent in a high press phase was 1/3 lower. So the actual statistics look quite small, the data looks quite small, but the total amount of time spent in that high press phase was significantly lower. And as a result, or as a consequence, teams spent a lot more time in a mid-block. But we can still see that a proactive attitude towards recovering the ball linked with success. And we can see on the left the difference in the amount of time spent in a high press phase at the World Cup compared to at AFCON. Now, the numbers look quite small, 3.4% to 5.1%. We have to expect that a high press phase is an average duration of around 8 seconds. So when we talk about the proportion of time teams will spend in that phase, it's all quite small numbers, but that's still a very significant amount of time difference. And we can see this again represented in this match, which is Egypt v Cabo Verde, where again, there's no intention to begin that high press. So the line of engagement is set around the 2/3 mark, or in some cases, even around the halfway mark. What we see is quite interesting is that even after the possession loss, there's then an intention to counter-press. Just to go back one slide here. Does this surprise anybody from what you observed during the tournament, that there was this decrease in high press? Was this intentional? This is a trend that we see happening quite significantly across the game. But potentially, as well, some things we discussed with Raul was around maybe climate impacting people feel that they didn't have. Potentially it was too difficult to consistently interact in a high press phase. But as you were going into games, was it a conscious decision to not engage in a high press and to play in a mid-block? Or was this something that came about perhaps because of external factors? Did anybody set their teams up in a way that they particularly wanted to encourage going into a high press? And if so, did they find that successful, or did they find any challenges? Okay. It was certainly something really interesting that we observed, was that lack of, or that difference in terms of how teams engaged in the high press and looked to try and force possession regains. But what we saw as being really important, even if not actively engaging in a high press, was more proactive teams led to success for trying to force possession regains and force quickly turnovers of the ball, even if that wasn't necessarily in a high press phase. So how we measure pressing in other areas of the pitch is by a metric called passes per defensive action. So what we're talking about is how many passes does one team allow the opposition to have before they make a defensive action, such as a block, a tackle, a clearance, an interception. And what you see is that the more aggressive teams, the more proactive teams, they allow their opponent fewer passes before they try and make a defensive action. And what we saw was 6 out of the top 7 teams for passes per defensive action actually went on to qualify from the knockout stages. And we can see where those teams ranked. We certainly see the top 7, to Algeria, to Cameroon, Mauritania, Mali, Equatorial Guinea, Angola, Cabo Verde. These are the teams that we observed as being most aggressive out of possession and trying to win the ball back as quickly as they possibly could. And then when we look at that the full list of teams, we can see again the teams who qualified from the group stages, the teams who qualified into the knockout stages, they became more and more towards the left of this graph, more aggressive, trying to regain the ball faster, not allowing their opponent time and space on the ball without making a defensive action. And towards the right, we see some of the other teams who are perhaps more passive, out of possession, happier to let opponents dominate possession. Often that led to a lack of success or not qualifying from the group stages. And this is one way in which we can just measure how effective teams were at trying to regain possession and regain the ball. But what we really want to understand is not just what happened, but how. So how did the teams who were really successful in regaining the ball, how are they able to execute that strategy? And one thing that comes across really clearly when we look through the data is that those teams who were able to stay more compact, have smaller distances between the height of their team and the width of the team, could then transition really quickly from being in a mid-block or low-block phase into then being in a mid-press or a low-press to then force possession turnovers. And possession turnovers was something that were really key throughout the competition, but being able to be compact and stay in that compact shape then allowed teams to transition quickly into the next area of the pitch. So we can see when we talk about maintaining a compact shape, what we're talking about in team width is the distance between the furthest player on the right of the pitch and the furthest player on the left of the pitch. So that's how we measure the full width of the team. Again, a low team width correlated quite strongly with successful performance, and it allowed those teams to move quickly between a block phase into a press phase. So it allowed teams to move quickly, to then choose their moments when to apply pressure. And once pressure was applied, then force a turnover quickly. And we can see out of the 7 teams who were narrowest when in a low press phase, all qualified from the group stage. So we can see here Congo, who are a real outlier on that data at 22 meters, but incredibly compact, especially when in that low press phase, and used that consistently to force possession turnovers and force regains. And when they did, as you see in this video clip, had the ability to then transition quickly into an attacking phase. Somebody's been set up here. The head coach of Congo is nudging. Go on, talk us through it. Yes, Balhassan. It's coming.
Je pense en français. Hein.
Ça va? Ça va en français, mais ça va pas avec pas micro.
Oui, les collègues qui sont impliqués mais comme TSG, membre du groupe technique, je pense aussi pour le pressing et l'effort et tout ça, c'était aussi le climat. Le climat, il y avait beaucoup d'humidité, plus que 80%. Toujours, on est à 38 degrés, 40 degrés. Et toujours, ça va consommer l'énergie rapidement. Donc peut-être c'est une option aussi des entraîneurs en tenant compte du climat et des conditions climatiques des matchs. Voilà.
Exact. C'est intéressant à penser. On a un autre ici qui veut parler, je crois, à gauche. Non, TSG aussi. C'est toi qui as la marque, hein? Ah non, c'est moi qui s'est trompé. Mais est-ce que, does that correspond with you, the coaches? What we talk about in terms of climate to set up as a high press, was that something that was on your mind as you were preparing teams? Maybe not. Okay. So here we can see how teams set up and their width in a low press. So we can send all this out. But this is how teams set up when we're in that low pressing phase, and we can see quite a strong correlation with success, certainly with those 7 teams on the left. I think what we see as a global trend across football, and certainly we saw it in the World Cup, was teams' ability to maintain themselves in a mid-block and in a low block led really strongly to success. So what we saw during the World Cup Qatar 2022 was that teams who spent more time in a mid-block, teams who are more compact in a mid-block, won over 70% of their matches. Similarly, what we saw was teams who could counter-attack and create scoring opportunities within 8 seconds of a possession regain led strongly to success, and they won most of their matches. So what we see and what we're beginning to identify is that correlation between a team's ability to stay compact, a team's ability to force a possession regain, whether that's in the middle third or the defensive third, but then a team's ability to transition quickly into an attacking phase and create opportunity whilst perhaps the opponent is destabilized, and create that opportunity in that way. So this is certainly a trend that we see in global football as well. When we worked with UEFA, we saw a lot more time in low block, and now we see the team width in the low press being really important as to how teams are able to set up defensively for success. And then one of the ways we're able to analyze this data is to look at winning characteristics. So we collect hundreds, if not thousands, of different bits of data on every single match. And what we're able to do then is then compare all the metrics of the team who won the match. Where did they outperform their opponent who ultimately lost the match? So what we're then able to do is then look at that on a whole tournament level. And what we're really trying to do is, out of the hundreds and thousands of data points that we collect, we're trying to find the metrics that really matter. What in a match is making a difference? It was a low-scoring tournament. A lot of matches won by only 1 goal. What were the real key moments that made a difference, that allowed teams to be successful? What were the differences between winning teams and losing teams? Which, when we're talking about a tournament as short as this, we know it's a tiny sample size of games. Those tiny margins can make such a massive difference in tournament progression. So we're able to look at all of these data points over the full tournament to then identify actually what really made a difference. And what we found, again, looking at that team width metric, is the team who were narrower in a mid or low press phase won 66% of their matches. Which means if you just gave me that one single metric and didn't tell me any other information about the game and asked me to guess who won, using that one bit of information only, I'd be right 2/3 of the time if I guessed the team who were lower in a mid press or in a low press. So when we talk about the tiny margins that can make a difference, this is what we're talking about. And it might not feel, I'd be fascinated to know what you think as coaches, if you tell me, but it might not feel like there's a huge difference between 30 meters, 31.7 meters, 35 meters. But when we talk about the ability to maintain possession within those tight spaces, if you set up possession drills and you start moving the cones in, moving the drill in by 10%, 12%, 15%, we know it's going to be harder for those players in the middle of that drill to keep possession, to retain it without losing the ball and ultimately a possession turnover happening. So these distances in meters, when put on a graph, might not feel big. But when we talk about how compact teams are, the sense of that in a match can feel huge. And the ability for players to be able to handle the ball under pressure becomes so much more important when playing against teams who are even 5 meters narrower in a low press phase. These are the details that can really make the difference between winning and losing performances. And as we see, just using that one metric alone, that one piece of data, you'll be able to correctly predict over 2/3 of the matches at AFCON. Is there any questions on that or any comments? Anything that somebody finds interesting? Yes, one on the right. I'll buy you a beer in the bar later. Microphone's coming. I can hear. I'm not sure the translation can.
Hello?
Hello.
I will put my question in Portuguese.
Okay, then I need this.
Bom. Bom, a pergunta, os dados que... Isto não está a funcionar. Vou tentar ser breve. Minha pergunta é, os dados que apresentou... Está fácil. É mais fácil na CAN. Aquilo que eu gostaria de perguntar tem a ver, os dados são interessantes, mas contudo a estratégia da equipa muda muitas vezes com quem está a controlar o jogo, muitas vezes pelo resultado. Como é que estabelece essa mensuração de dados em função do interesse da própria equipa? Porque nós até podemos entrar de uma forma, estrategicamente de uma forma, mas a partir do momento em que controlamos o resultado, passamos a adotar uma outra postura, por vezes. Mas isso depois vai interferir com a leitura dos dados. Como é que relaciona ou correlaciona essas situações?
It's a great question. Thank you very much. And it's one of the biggest challenges that we have when we analyze any tournament, because we're talking about such a small amount of games, and within that we're talking about teams who will have completely different strategies at different moments. Now, if you're perhaps the favorite of the group and you win your first two matches, teams sometimes made a lot of changes before the last match of the group and look completely different. If you're perhaps see yourself as maybe the second or third ranked team in the group, you maybe target one specific match that you're going to win, that you think you need to win, one specific match that maybe you think you'll find hard and you try and take a point, and the other one you see. So it's one of our biggest challenges, is how do we understand that the data size is so small, but then try and look at that over a full tournament to understand, okay, what was successful and what wasn't. And I think what's really important, and hopefully, you know, you'll have the opportunity to exchange with each other around breaks this evening, lunches. It's not to say that direct play was successful, but actually how do you execute a successful direct play strategy? So we can measure, we can monitor that teams who were able to play direct in the group stage, we saw that had some success. But there'll be other teams who that's just not part of their game plan at all, that's not how they're going to play, that's fine. There'll be other teams who tried to play a direct play strategy but did so unsuccessfully. Okay, what was it about it that didn't work? And there'll be some teams who executed that strategy really well. So what was it about it that did work? But the way teams change, teams monitor, or teams adapt their strategy in match, in tournament, is one of our biggest challenges. You know, when you work in a national team, a national association, or a club, you know that club's game model, you know their philosophy, you know how they're going to try and play, so it makes it really easy to measure against. But when we kind of come in as neutrals, as FIFA, we can't clearly identify how a team was intending to play and whether or not they were successful. We can just look at what we see as general trends which are occurring globally and how that's impacting the development of football in at confederation level, for example. Does that help answer your question?
Eventualmente eu poderia sugerir algo que nós na zona da COSAFA já vamos fazendo também com o Study Group, que é quando temos o torneio da COSAFA e esta época, portanto esta edição eles já implementaram isso, foi questionários aos treinadores. E eu julgo que esses questionários poderão ajudar vocês que estão a fazer essas leituras e nós que estamos também interessados em interpretar os vossos dados e as vossas apresentações, no fundo, colaborarmos todos uns com os outros. E julgo que estas conferências também nos ajudam a ultrapassar certas bichos na cabeça que vão aparecendo. E da minha parte, estou aberto a isso. Não tenho esse problema de, no final dos jogos, se calhar não imediatamente logo no final do jogo, mas se calhar no final do torneio, questionarem e tentar colaborar. Portanto, acho que grande parte de nós estaremos interessados. É a minha sugestão.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, and it links into how do you look to implement your own game model and have a specific style of play that you know your team will play week in, week out, or are you going to change and adapt depending on your opponent? I think more so than this, that's maybe a really interesting topic. If there's anybody else who's willing to speak about that, about how much they change in tournament, or how much perhaps anybody whose strategy changed, perhaps even during AFCON, to then look to play in a different style or a different way as pressure became on results or things didn't go as expected. Is there anybody who maybe changed the way they played in tournament who would be willing to share and talk about that? No? Okay, maybe in a coffee break later. Thank you for the question. It was really interesting. Appreciate that. One thing we saw almost perhaps as a natural consequence is that the teams who were very compact, very difficult to play against, naturally it was then teams who were able to play around them who linked to success. So we can see one example here of Morocco. Morocco, you can see just how many passes they had in the build-up to this attempt. But we can see how they really look to maintain the width as they play. And in this instance, it's quite interesting, it's their fullbacks who keep the width. So it's not width as high as possible on the pitch, it's width which is maintained by the fullbacks throughout, but ultimately that leads to an opportunity for the switch of play. So the widest point there they have is 62 meters, with a pitch width of 68, that's almost touchline to touchline. So again, we talk about quite small margins in terms of the level of detail, but being able to stay on the outside of the team shape gives them the opportunity to switch play and create the opportunities. As they build through the different phases, they're able to make that opportunity. So what we saw was it was really important that teams maintain that width when playing against the mid-block. So against the narrow blocks, the teams who were able to maintain width were those who tended to succeed. That was provided by both fullbacks or in other cases wingers. We've got a second clip where the width is provided by players much higher. But especially when teams got into that build-up phase, so we spoke at the start about the different build-up phases. When we had build-up phase unopposed or opposed, the ability for teams to maintain that team width was really important. And then we have what we call line breaks, which is a pass which breaks the opponent's line. And that can be a forward line, a midfield line, or a defensive line. And you can break a line in 3 different types of ways. So you can either go over, you can go through. Do you want to finish? We can go around. And what we saw, which again links to this, was the importance of being able to break a line around the opponent's team shape, around that compact mid-block, was really important. And we can see here on the right-hand side the team width when in a mid-build-up phase. So Senegal, Morocco, Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Morocco, obviously we just saw in the video clip, maintained that width throughout the tournament using especially their fullbacks, and were able to create that width around the outside of their opponents. We have a second clip here, I think South Africa, but maintain width in a slightly different way. So the fullback goes higher, but stays very high on the left-hand side. And we can see the width kept high by the right winger. just out of shot. So it seemed that how teams created the width wasn't necessarily as important as just having that width itself. So some obviously chose to do that with a fullback, different teams using different strategies, some choosing to do that with their wingers. But we can see how they maintain that space on the outside of Morocco's block. And ultimately the centre half goes to close space and they find the space in behind. But throughout that in possession phase, they maintain the width at either side. And then we can see how teams, or how wide teams were when they got into that unopposed build-up phase. And you can see how that looked across the whole tournament level. Less of a direct link perhaps between success of getting out the group stage, but we can see that link there with the teams who qualified and went further into the tournament. And then we spoke about the importance of those line breaks coming from around the shape. So not necessarily through or over, in this case being able to find it, the space around. And we can see here as South Africa build up, again maintaining the width. The defensive line, and then the line break occurs outside South Africa's team shape. Leading to the goal. In the second example, we have Cameroon. So initially go into that long ball phase, which we discussed at the start. And then build their platform. And again, look to create that line break around the opposition shape to put themselves in a crossing position. And again, we come into our winning characteristics. So what were the differences really between teams that won and teams that didn't? And we can see that teams who completed more defensive line breaks around won 68% of their matches. So again, just this one metric alone could lead you to getting almost 7 out of 10 right, just using this one piece of information. So that ability to penetrate teams in the wide areas and go around their team shape, we saw that as being something that was really important and linked to tournament success. Now, the last thing I just want to talk to you about very quickly is the importance of being able to then play fast on that possession regain. So we saw the importance of being compact in a low block, and this is something that we see as a real trend developing across the game at the moment. And certainly when we work with confederations on confederation level tournaments, but definitely at the World Cup, teams' ability to counter-attack quickly, to force possession regains, and then to quickly move into an attacking transition phase is something that we see as really important. So within 2 actions of regaining the possession, they have an attempted goal. And counter-attacking, the ability to move quickly into a counter-attack phase, linked very closely with teams' ability to success from the tournament. So 5 of the top 6 teams who spent the highest proportion of their time in counter-attack phase qualified for the knockouts. And we can see that on the graph on the left. And the last clip we have again is Egypt, Cape Verde, where we can see, as we spoke about, that goalkeeper distribution style onto. Cape Verde able to then try and build the attack following that long ball phase. It's a couple of possession turnovers. But now Egypt move very quickly into that counter-attack phase and are able to create the goal-scoring opportunity within around 10 seconds of that first possession regain. So what we're able to do is really link that ability to be compact to then force a possession regain, to then go straight into an attacking transition phase and show how that linked with success throughout the tournament. And I think the last example we have here is Angola, again defending deep from the throw-in, the set play, and then who forced a turnover in their own defensive third and move very quickly into an attacking transition phase. So from the long ball, they then get the pressure on, and then very quickly create an opportunity. So teams who spent more time in counter-attack phase than their opponent won 63% of their matches. So we're seeing generally a trend where we're moving away from the teams who are possession dominant, always winning matches. I think that was very much the trend around 2010, 2014, was those teams who were dominating possession linked heavily to success in the tournament. And certainly in more recent times with the World Cup, AFCON, we see those teams who are able to spend more time in counter-attack phase actually linking directly to success. So I'd just like to summarize some of those key points, and thank you all very much for your time and attention. In terms of how we summarize the tournament from a data point, and I'd love, this evening, tomorrow morning, around the rest of the day, to get your impressions as coaches of how you felt the tournament played out, whether you are interested by some of these findings, whether they agree with your interpretation of the tournament, or whether you actually felt like you observed something different. I'd be really interested to hear your feedback. But we certainly saw a decrease in the amount of high pressing. Teams who had a clear strategy for playing direct into compact areas could then use that as a platform to build their attacks. Narrow teams were better placed to force possession regains quickly, and a proactive approach to regaining possession linked with tournament success. When teams did look to build up, so when they didn't play direct, but they did look to build up through the thirds, teams needed to keep the width and break the defensive line around the opposition team shape. The teams who were able to counter-attack consistently led to success in the tournament. I'd like to thank you all for your attention. I know it's been a long day, but I'm really grateful to CAF for the invite and for you coaches for listening to me. And like I said, I'd love to have the discussions with you around the conference, around the hotel, about what you observed during AFCON and how this relates to some of the information that we've been presented. So thank you very much.
All right. Bonsoir à tous. Aquaba to Côte d'Ivoire. Obviously, we've been here. It's been a long day.
Thank you for your concentration. This is the last session. We promise we'll make it exciting. Everyone has already been introduced here, but first, of course, this is about business, about the money, and CAF is not going to make money without the coaches, without the football being played on the pitch. So you have obviously been a huge success and part of this AFCON that has been stayed as the best AFCON in the history of the competition. So first, I start with you, Hassan. Since you came on board as a commercial director at CAF, what exactly have you brought to CAF?
All right, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here amongst these great coaches. And we always say without great coaches and great players on the field, off the field, it will be very hard for us commercially to market and to attract the right businesses to CAF and to our competitions. So thanks again, and sorry for being the last session, but we have El Hadj Diouf with us to make it more interesting. Always good to have superstars like him. But back to your question, I think I joined CAF almost a year and a half ago. When we came, we tried to put a new sponsorship strategy, a new TV and broadcasting strategy to enable us to bring more revenues for CAF. So we introduced new strategies in terms of long-term agreements with the sponsors. We tried to renew partnerships with big names, and thankfully now we have 8 global partners. We have for sure our title sponsor, TotalEnergies. We have Puma, who just joined our joined CAF almost a year ago. We have Unilever, we have Visa, Orange, and brands that we are always trying to push to be associated with us. I think we also added a very interesting program called CAF Ambassadors. And next to me here we have Diouf, he's one of the CAF Ambassadors. The CAF Ambassadors program is an exclusive program for all our football legends. We have with us JJ Okocha, we have Diouf, Adebayor, Asamoah, Ahmed Hassan from Egypt. And also we introduced the idea of mixing artists and football players. So we have also a singer from Egypt that has joined the team. And these are all tools to help us market and be ambassadors for the CAF brand and the competitions to attract more sponsors. So I think these are the main things we work on, and I think for the first time in the CAF history, to market their competitions internally with CAF employees and CAF people who work hard to maintain this kind of position.
Much, Hassan, for that insight. I think I remember AFCON 2017 in Gabon, seeing a lot of the Cameroonian legends around the Indomitable Lions in Gabon, including Joseph Antoine Bell, who's here. We saw that same trend with you, El Hadji Diouf, 2 years ago, around the team, you know, motivating the players. And once again here in Côte d'Ivoire, we saw the same. But really, I would like for you to speak about this in general. You being around the tournament, you know, taking selfies with the fans. How important has that been for you as a former player, as a face of African football globally, you know, to be part of the story and the success of this AFCON?
Bonsoir. Non, c'est quand on regarde dans le passé du football africain, ou bien même du football africain surtout, les légendes se sont toujours plaints avant pourquoi on ne les associait pas. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, c'est chose faite, que ce soit à la CAF ou aujourd'hui aussi. Il faut remercier beaucoup de présidents de fédération parce qu'ils travaillent avec les anciens. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, on ne peut pas être des légendes de la CAF et que sans c'est bénéficier aussi du travail de notre pays. Et c'est pour ça que aujourd'hui c'est important, parce qu'on a joué, on a tout donné pour notre continent, on a tout donné pour notre pays. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui c'est important que quand on finit notre carrière aussi, et c'est un choix de vouloir revenir et de vouloir participer, parce que le football nous a appris d'être des hommes. Le football nous a donné beaucoup de choses et on n'a pas le droit aujourd'hui de laisser la jeune génération comme ça. On se doit aujourd'hui, que ce soit aujourd'hui, tu regardes l'équipe du Sénégal, que je donne un exemple, on voit Aliou Cissé qui était notre capitaine. On voit aujourd'hui Pape Thiaw qui est entraîneur adjoint numéro 1. On voit Tony Silva qui est l'entraîneur des gardiens. Et on voit aussi moi, ma personne qui est l'ambassadeur de l'équipe du Sénégal. Donc c'est important de savoir que on a déjà, c'est aussi politique et c'est aussi marketing. Parce qu'on voit que autour, il y a des légendes qui sont appréciées par leur pays. Le pays nous aime bien, que ce soit ma personne, Aliou ou Pape Thiaw ou Tony. Aujourd'hui, c'est marketing. On doit aujourd'hui prendre ça et le mettre au compte et au service de notre pays et de notre équipe nationale. Ce que Aliou Cissé, qui est l'entraîneur numéro 1 aujourd'hui, ne peut pas dire. Nous, on peut aller le dire, on peut parler aux supporters et tout ça, et je crois que c'est marketing, c'est important. Et c'est pour ça que je demande encore une fois de plus aux anciens ou aux futures générations à venir, quand on finit de jouer, quand on finit notre carrière, c'est de vouloir revenir parce que l'Afrique a besoin de nous. Aujourd'hui, ce que j'ai appris à Liverpool, ce que j'ai appris à Bolton, ce que j'ai appris à Sunderland, ce que j'ai appris partout où je suis passé aujourd'hui, ou même les erreurs que j'ai faites d'avant, je n'ai pas envie que mes petits frères aujourd'hui le fassent. C'est important. On est là aujourd'hui pour leur montrer le droit chemin et les aider à être aussi meilleurs footballeurs que nous. Et aujourd'hui, c'est un autre. Il faut qu'on sache aussi, nous, aussi, ce n'est pas la star El Hadji Diouf ou la star Didier Drogba qui parle. Aujourd'hui, on n'est pas là pour jouer les stars, on est là pour accompagner une nouvelle génération qui sont en train de faire leur temps et de leur montrer qu'aussi, on ne joue pas. Il faut qu'ils sachent que quand on joue en Afrique, parce qu'on parle de football africain, quand on joue en Afrique, on ne joue pas seulement pour le Sénégal, on ne joue pas pour le Maroc, on ne joue pas pour la Mauritanie, on joue pour toute l'Afrique. La preuve, dès qu'on va en Coupe du Monde, on ne supporte plus une équipe, on supporte le continent. Donc c'est important de dire à mes petits frères ou à mes frères qui ont passé leur diplôme de vouloir rentrer au pays et ce que le football nous a donné, de pouvoir le donner à nos petits frères.
Merci beaucoup, El Hadji Diouf. Just to continue with that same conversation, Luke Kolo. I hope I said it well.
I think the only person who can actually say my name correctly is probably Coach Leslie and nobody else, right?
Somebody should give Coach Leslie the microphone. Well, September, I don't know if we're having this symposium here because of your name being in September. I don't know. But you wear so many hats at CAF, you know, acting, communications director, but also head of CAF television. By far, we've talked about the numbers. 1.4 billion people watched the AFCON globally. 2.2 billion views online. What was the secret?
I mean, first of all, I really want to really give credit to Raul and the technical development team, technical department at CAF for this event. Can you hear me? I was listening. I was sitting there and I was listening to the previous conversation, and I realized I actually need to do my Coach D license so I can actually get the difference between the width and whatever is happening there in those lines and so forth. But unbelievable, because somehow African football has been described as primitive and backwards and everything else. I think that kind of lends it nicely in the conversation that Hassan has introduced about data. How we use data, because it's not just guesswork, how we use data to drive conversations, how we use data to make decisions. So when the coaches talk about using data to make informed decisions about the starting lineup, about the substitutions, about about analyzing the opposition in the commercial department and also in the TV space and in communication space. We are using a lot of data to study and make decisions about, one, what are the trends? Everybody talks about the AFCON being the most successful AFCON, but what does it really mean for African football? I think it means that African football has graduated from being a hobby to being a business. And it means that also the attitudes, not only of the coaches as AFCON, but in general, has to change of everyone else who's in football. I'm making a simple example. When Hassan is asking for a team to participate in a commercial, it means that we've all graduated. It's no longer about, that thing I mustn't really get involved in. It means that our mentality, now when there is the full presentation on the tactical awareness and the progress of African teams, off the field as well. I mean, earlier on, the CAF president spoke about the need to celebrate moments. If you look at the television quality, it was rated amongst the best in the world. Not the best in Africa, not the best amongst the continents around Africa, but the one amongst the best in the world. It means that we have, in a way, embraced technology and are using technology to compete to be amongst the best in the world. So I think, 1.4 billion people watch the AFCON. Actually, I think the number is even bigger because there's a lot of other data which is still missing in the free-to-air space. And I probably think we are looking at around 1.7 billion people. Now, the previous AFCON in Cameroon was watched by 580 million people. That means that from 2021 to 2023 edition, we have moved people watching AFCON from 580 million people to 1.6 to 1.7 billion people. That's massive for our continent. It means that our football is evolving as well off the field. But also, it's not just about AFCON, it's also about the qualifiers. We've just finished the first match day of qualifiers now. And I watched Lesotho play Morocco, and I watched the digital engagement around it. And for me, what I'm saying is that the conversation is changing in African football. And the administration at CAF is merely supporting the revolution that is on this other side.
Thank you so much, Lux. Hassan, I come back to you. I mean, we're throwing numbers around right now. 1.5 million fans watched the AFCON inside the stadiums here in Côte d'Ivoire. 1.5 billion US dollars was spent in the economy here in Côte d'Ivoire. Let's talk about ticketing. The movement from paper ticketing to digital ticketing. How did that impact the success of the AFCON?
I can loan you my microphone. I loan you mine. There's a loan fee involved.
Hello. Okay. So I think the language of numbers is always a very good example to show. As my colleague here was saying, Lux, that we jumped from almost 580 million people watching the competition to 1.4 billion. This comes with big efforts. Why? Because when we came, we put a strategy that we want to explore different countries and different markets through our broadcasting. So we had 68 broadcasters in AFCON 21, jumped to 110 broadcasters to AFCON 23. This means that we open new market, and we were surprised because when we market these rights all over the world, we saw that we had a big market in countries that we never thought about. In Brazil, for example, I think we had 22 million people watching the competition. In Italy, in France, in Spain, in England. So outside of the continent, the drive to watch our competition was very high. So we need to maximize on that. And that's why we worked on the look and feel of the competition. Most of our coaches here, I think they were coaches in AFCON 2021. You will see the difference in the branding element, the look and feel, the logos, the identity. We make it more vibrant, cool, fitting the new industries. And as you see, we have a great marketing team that worked on such branding, etc. And back to the ticketing, I think also I give credit to my colleague Samson here, who is leading the competitions, and they worked hard on having ticketing to be implemented in-house. And this is for the first time also in the CAF history that we have a ticketing platform in-house. And it was a great tool because not only we sell tickets, but we collect data of our fans all over the world. So we have now our Nielsen, our research arm, Nielsen. Nielsen is one of the top research houses and data analytics in the world. And after their surveys, after the AFCON, and this is huge legacy also that we left here in the country, that there was $1.5 billion economic impact effect on the country. This means that people came and spent money on matches, going out, shopping, hotels, flights, restaurants. So we give back to the economy around $1.5 billion. So these are the numbers and the impact that always affect the countries who are hosting such big events. And thank God also with all the team and the big efforts from the colleagues, we jumped revenues from 2021, 39% increase in revenues. We had 17 sponsors. Before it was 9 to 10 sponsors. Now we had 17 sponsors in the AFCON. So these are the efforts that we are trying to push to elevate the brands of our competitions.
Staying with the numbers there, you talked about 22 million people watching the AFCON in Brazil. 13 new markets for you, Lux, in the CAF TV department. You had 8.5 million people watching also from across different countries. Italy had 22 million. I think that should be a bit of a surprise, even though we have a high number of African players playing in the Serie A. But what has changed the perspective of TV takers across the world? 110. That's up from 68 2 years ago in Cameroon.
I mean, again, the president said something very interesting earlier on, that the first thing is, right, you have to be successful on the field, right? You've got to produce a quality product on the field. We happen to have been playing at the same time as another competition somewhere, you know? And we did an analysis, Hassan and us and everyone else, and we looked at the interest of people. Confederation is playing in Africa, and there is another confederation playing somewhere else. I think it was AFC. And it was purely check and cheese. So on the field, the football has to be great first, because all what we're saying and we are trying to sell, if the quality of football is not good, is a non-starter, right? Now, of course, once the football quality is good, you've got to now put the structures that support this in putting the quality of the production out there, the marketing, the look and feel, the ticketing, and all those other processes in place. We had an interesting trend at the AFCON, whereby for the first time we were signing broadcasters as the tournament was progressing, right? And not only that, so I guess it was a matter of, I didn't buy the rights for the AFCON, but after 4 games I've got a 4 more. So because of that 4 more, let me buy the AFCON rights. In the last AFCON in 2021 in Cameroon, for example, Sky TV used about 11 matches only. And they were all on Sky TV 7, right? I think somewhere in one of their lower channels. After the second match of AFCON, we were, I think everyone else was watching in England or in the UK, would see that we were in the prime, during the EPL, in one of the prime channels of Sky. In Italy, we grew up to 21 million people in Italy watching. China is a very big market, very emerging market for us. The MENA region with our partners at Bain Sport is delivering some massive numbers. But another thing that we saw is the growth of free-to-air television. Now this goes back to the national teams, and it also goes back to the investment of CAF in changing the TV strategy a bit. I think in the past, people were seeing the free-to-airs as an irritation, right? Let me just do a deal with the pay TV only. We changed the strategy a little bit and looked at how we can empower the national teams and the national televisions because we wanted access. The people of Africa must have access to their product. Otherwise, we are not able to deliver a product that is competitive globally everywhere else. So the growth is not a favor for Africa. And the revenues that Hassan is talking about, and I mean, when El Hadji was playing, probably, we were lucky if 20 countries in Africa were watching their own competition. In the last AFCON, every single country in Africa had access to the AFCON. Not only that, 44 of those countries had access of the AFCON through the free-to-air channel. That's access. That's creating, making sure that the people are consuming their national teams. The last qualifiers that just played right now, every single match was on television. It has never really happened before. So what I'm trying to say is that the growth is not a favor for Africa. The growth is coming because the football is improving, it's getting better. The teams are playing much better and attractive football. And because of this, the number of people that are watching is growing, the interest is growing. And the knock-on net effect of that is that the sponsors are associating themselves with the most powerful platform, African football.
Thank you so much. You talk about a platform. You played at 4 editions of the AFCON, El Hadji Diouf, right at the time when the bath of social media was starting, 2002 in Mali, then 2004, 2006, 2008. When you were part specifically with the Senegalese team 2 years ago in Cameroon, leading to the victory, and now here in Côte d'Ivoire, what did you feel as a former player that has changed when it comes to celebrations, with the fans, but just generally the experience at the tournament?
D'abord, il y a beaucoup de choses ont changé pendant des années. Je me rappelle quand on jouait, je l'ai dit tantôt, que on se partageait les terrains d'entraînement. On se partageait les terrains d'entraînement, on jouait tout le temps, chaque 2 jours sur le même terrain peut-être, et il n'y avait pas beaucoup de sponsors. La CAF aussi, il faut se dire la vérité, la CAF a vachement progressé parce qu'aujourd'hui, on n'entend plus parler des extra-football à la CAF. Aujourd'hui, la CAF est mieux structurée. La CAF, c'est pour ça qu'aujourd'hui, Hassan l'a dit, les sponsors aujourd'hui n'ont plus peur de venir. Avant, on avait des problèmes de sponsoring. Je suis au courant, je sais ce qui se passe dans le football africain. Et aujourd'hui, il y a beaucoup de sponsors. Et qu'il n'y a plus aussi de petites équipes. Aujourd'hui, si on regarde la CAN au Cameroun ou la CAN ici, le Cameroun, c'était super bien aussi. C'est pas parce que la CAN en Côte d'Ivoire, c'est le top des tops. C'est le top des tops dans tous les domaines. Mais le Cameroun aussi, c'était très bien. Les fans se sont amusés. Il y avait eu une belle finale. Et que, franchement, en Afrique, la Coupe d'Afrique, ce n'est pas seulement le football. Il faut que les gens sachent ça. Il y a des gens qui viennent, même qui ne regardent pas le foot, rien que pour l'ambiance de la Coupe d'Afrique. C'est important, c'est l'ambiance de la Coupe d'Afrique. Et que aujourd'hui, voir des bons matchs, il n'y a plus de petites équipes. Les petites équipes, cette année, ils ont montré que ils ont eu de l'orgueil. Et voir des entraîneurs aussi qui ont vachement progressé. Et sans oublier aussi, on parle des entraîneurs, on parle des terrains, sans oublier aussi, les arbitres ont progressé aussi. Par rapport aux autres CAN, les arbitres ont vachement progressé. Donc je crois que c'est une CAN où tout était réuni pour être la meilleure CAN. Et chaque footballeur ou chaque entraîneur aimerait bien jouer la finale de la Coupe d'Afrique là, parce que je crois que cette Coupe d'Afrique là était attendue. On en parlait, et le résultat final, et ce qui a facilité la tâche, les Ivoiriens aussi ont été à la hauteur de l'événement. Les joueurs ont été à la hauteur de l'événement. Maintenant, comme la barre elle est aussi haut, j'aimerais bien que la CAF, que ce soit les équipes aussi, que ce soit les pays organisateurs, puissent être au-dessus de l'événement et nous donner des événements comme ça. C'est ce qu'on attend de la CAF, c'est ce qu'on attend des entraîneurs, c'est ce qu'on attend des footballeurs aussi. Et j'aimerais bien que les entraîneurs qui sont là, si vous avez des choses qu'on doit aussi progresser dans votre domaine, que vous le posiez là comme ça, on puisse en parler et avancer parce que toutes les équipes ont été extraordinaires. Il ne faut pas oublier que c'est la seule CAN, même les équipes qui ont été éliminées au premier tour, ils ont touché leur pactole et ils sont rentrés. Et je crois que quand le Sénégal était, pour vous dire des sponsors, les sponsors ont vraiment été là et on les remercie. On ne cessera pas de les remercier, de les féliciter et de venir encore plus. Parce que quand le Sénégal était champion d'Afrique, je crois que on avait 5 millions, c'était ça. Et là, la Côte d'Ivoire qui a été championne d'Afrique, c'était 7 millions, je crois. Donc, on progresse et pourquoi pas la Coupe d'Afrique à venir, on va arriver à 10 millions, ainsi de suite, ainsi de suite, ainsi de suite. Il n'y a qu'une seule équipe qui gagne, il y a un seul continent qui gagne, c'est l'Afrique. Donnons-nous la main dans la main, travaillons ensemble pour notre Afrique et je crois qu'il n'y a que comme ça qu'on peut gagner.
Jerejef El Hadji Diouf, he's talking about the numbers. What does the future look like, Hassan, in terms of, increase, yes, with the partners, but how does that impact, the national teams that are playing in the AFCON? In terms of, will there be a raise going forward, maybe? What will it look like? What does the future look like commercially for CAF?
No, I think the future looks really bright because under this top management and Dr. Patrice Motsepe and Mr. Veron, they are really working hard to elevate the African talents inside CAF. And this is for sure impacting, I think, the member associations. We have seen an increase in the prize money for many competitions, with over average 40% increase in the money. So the more money we bring in, the more money we give out. And as you know, CAF is a non-profit organization and we are working to develop football. This is our main hope. And really what we saw from the coaches and the players during this competition was incredible. I think you just told me the story that in London, during one of the matches, and there was a Liverpool match at this time, and you couldn't find a Liverpool match played in the bars, and it was the AFCON matches. And this is really a touching moment for us to hear, because this is what we want. This is what we are aiming for. So really, we want again to say thank you to the great coaches sitting here, because they are the ones who drive traffic to the games. They are the ones who elevate the technical part, and automatically this cycle, it affects our commercial, because the more competitive you have on the field, the more sponsors would love to join. But I think, again, the future looks really great. We have partners that are signed 3-4 years ahead, and this is very, very consistent moment for us commercially. We are still aiming for more partners. Now we are in the market to add global companies again to support the African football. I think it's looking very bright.
Same question for you, El Hadji Diouf. We have the AFCON next year in Morocco. What are your expectations? What do you hope to see on the pitch, but also in general for the tournament?
Qu'on continue de progresser, que l'Afrique continue de progresser. Je ne me fais pas de soucis pour les Marocains. Et je crois que même quand ça a été repoussé, beaucoup de monde n'était pas content, parce que après la CAN de la Côte d'Ivoire, on avait tout de suite envie de rentrer dans la CAN au Maroc. Mais je ne me fais pas de soucis pour les Marocains. Je sais qu'ils savent organiser, ils savent comment organiser. Et la CAF est là aussi pour encore plus progresser. Et les équipes, pareil. Et je crois que cette CAN-là va être disputée, parce que maintenant, les grandes équipes, soi-disant, savent qu'il n'y a plus de petites équipes, et les plus petites équipes aujourd'hui, soi-disant, vont montrer qu'ils ont progrès aussi. Et je crois que ça fera une belle CAN.
Merci. The last question obviously goes to you, Mr. Lax. September, what does the future of CAF television look like here on the African continent? Yes, for the rest of this year, but also as we head into the next edition of the AFCON in Morocco.
Yeah, I mean, I think the future of Africa is exciting. The good thing is that, I mean, before the AFCON here, we had low expectations, right? Well, the challenge now is that a lot of people are expecting us to push the envelope a little bit further. This is not just now, people are not just looking for quality, because I think they expect quality. They don't think there's going to be quality. They kind of know there is going to be quality. The challenge now for us, but also I'm looking now, I mean, I was listening, as I was sitting there, and I was listening to the last presentation now, I was thinking to myself, how can we use knowledge based on what is being presented here by the coaches and everybody else to drive the product of football in Africa? Because you must remember that we are in the business of conversations at the end of the day, right? Which is football, it happens to be football. But how can we then use the power of television to drive a different narrative about African football? The African football that is really, really progressing in relation to its view and its approach to football. End of the day, we must obviously be profitable. We have to be sustainable. We have to be competitive. Not only amongst ourselves, but amongst other confederations and other competitions in the world. The AFCON right now is amongst the top 4 competitions globally. These are the facts. So I think what we're looking for at the moment is how we can elevate this off the field, and obviously looking at the support of on the field from the coach's point of view. But I must say, as a last parting shot, it's really, really exciting for CAF to put together so many legends, so many highly achieved people who have achieved so much in their lives, to share knowledge about football and about the future of African football on the field. Because there is no future commercially of football if the on-the-field product is not improving. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Ngiyabonga, Jerejev, Shukran. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time. As we go off, there's a video that's going to play just to wrap up what we've been talking about. Thank you so much, everybody. Obrigado.
Is it working now? Can people hear me? I'm so sorry. There any coaches around? They want a group photo on stage. Is that okay for you guys to come? Please, if you don't mind, to come on stage for a quick group photo, and then you can go and eat. S'il vous plaît, ici, une photo très vite, tous les coachs. S'il vous plaît, tous les entraîneurs. S'il vous plaît, ici. Merci. Merci pour votre patience. Thank you very much for your